The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the West Bengal is going to go to polls on 23rd of April. That is day after tomorrow. And ahead of that, politics is heating up. IPAC, a political consultancy firm belonging to TMC, has shut down its operations. Even as TMC claims that the information is misleading, we have ground footage showing how locks are hanging on the doors of IPAC. We get to this and all the latest, but first, let's start with the headlines. Reports suggest Donald Trump says he is all ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Donald Trump says it is highly unlikely he will renew the two-week Iran ceasefire he announced on 7th of April. Donald Trump says that US naval blockade on Strait of Hormuz will continue until US and Iran reach a deal on the West Asia war. Meanwhile, Iran says deep historical mistrust towards US government, says they won't submit to force. After Donald Trump tells US media that JD Vance will visit Pakistan for talks, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says no plans to visit Pakistan. Oil falls as investors assess mixed messaging on Iran peace talks ahead of ceasefire deadline. Brent crude slips to $95 per barrel. Massive pre-poll clashes break out in West Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash in Iqbalpur. And now, viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in. As per US reports, US President Donald Trump is warning Iran that he's all set to return to war if a peace deal is not reached in Islamabad, as the US delegation travels to Pakistan for further negotiations. A big breaking news which clearly suggests that the war is going to escalate, with a fragile ceasefire now due to end on 22nd of April, that is in a day's time. We have fresh warning coming in where Donald Trump, as per reports, has warned Iran that if the deal is not secured, Donald Trump is going to not extend the ceasefire and will in fact return to the war. We have earlier seen how massive destruction was done in the entire Gulf region. Multiple oil facilities came under attack. Because of that, markets also fluctuated, reacted to it, with Brent crude oil in fact jumping as high as $120 per barrel. And now we have ceasefire deadline inching closer, with a fresh warning by Donald Trump, as per reports, that if Iran do not come on the negotiating table and if a framework is not in fact ensured and a deal is not seized, it will have a decision by the United States, which is Donald Trump going back to the war in West Asia. A big news that we are seeing coming in as Islamabad talks are uncertain to happen, as Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has already mentioned that there is a deep historical mistrust between United States and Iran. And with these statements coming in from the Iranian side, it is highly unlikely that the talks in Islamabad will happen. But if it does happen, Donald Trump is looking at a deal to be seized in Islamabad. And if that does not happen, Donald Trump has warned Iran that he will return to war. And we have another breaking news coming in, where Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf has accused Donald Trump of imposing a cease and violating the ceasefire to turn the negotiating table into a table of surrender or justify renewed warmongering. Ghalibaf said that Iran does not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats and claimed that Tehran has spent the past 2 weeks preparing to reveal new cards on the battlefield. This is a big warning by Parliamentary Speaker Ghalibaf, who is now saying that new cards on the battlefield are all set to act. So in fact, he is talking about proxies located in Lebanon, in Yemen, and says that in the past 2 weeks, right after the ceasefire was announced, Iran was in fact looking at these cards on the battlefield, and no talks will happen under threats by United States President Donald Trump. So Ghalibaf, in fact, issuing a statement pushing back to all threats given by Donald Trump. Remember, Donald Trump earlier said if a deal is not secured, Donald Trump will bomb Iran. He has earlier also given out threats of destroying the electrical power plant and oil fields located in Iran. And now, viewers, the Strait of Hormuz crisis escalates once again, as our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami highlights how the route reopened briefly, only to be shut down within 24 hours by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps after firing at the vessels, including Indian tankers. He questions whether any real de-escalation is possible amid deep mistrust between Iran and the United States. As the war crosses 50 days, Arnab Goswami turns the focus on Donald Trump, pointing to failed expectations of a quick victory and growing signs of American desperation. Now, with confusion over talks in Islamabad and Iran rejecting any sort of mediation, the big question remains, are we headed for escalation or another last-minute pullback? Take a look at this report.
Hormuz is shut again. The strait opened briefly on April 18th, but within 24 hours, it was curtains as the IRGC fired shots at vessels, including 2 Indian tankers, to force it shut. The reason, ladies and gentlemen, was that while the Iranians lifted the choke, the Americans continued their blockade. So the Americans were not playing fair. And this seems to have strengthened the hands of the hardliners in Tehran. If Arakchi and Ghalibaf were trying to accommodate Trump, the very erratic Trump, the IRGC has made sure they are not taken for a ride this time. Trust is the rarest commodity in Hormuz tonight, rarer than oil. And amidst all of this, the Pakistani bluff has been called. It is not difficult to see why the Iranians would not trust Asif Munir. He has been publicly called his favorite field marshal by Trump. That's not bankable praise. It is a certificate of mistrust. If Munir is a stooge of Trump, and Trump is treating him like a stooge, then any possibility of Islamabad being the place for the second round of talks gets ruled out. The Pakistanis, it seems, are desperate to curry favors with the Americans and want to engineer an off-ramp for Trump, only that Tehran sees through it clearly. So there is no off-ramp. Trump is not getting an exit. The war is not over. Trump thought it would be a 2-3 day affair. It's been 50 plus days. Trump thought he could carry out a regime change. But if the regime continues, if he thought there would be revolt on the streets, that has not happened. The Iranians are standing by their government. Yes, Iran has faced massive destruction, but that was never in doubt. With the American war machine, Iran never claimed to be a match. But if you look at the asymmetric warfare that Iran has waged, it is clear that it is the Americans who want a way out more than the Iranians. The Americans are clearly seeking a ramp off in a way that Iran has nothing left to choose. They have civilizational pride, which they would guard with their civilizational memory. The push for a second round of talks is making America look very weak. Yesterday, we had Trump deny the talks, then say that a team of officials will travel to Islamabad, then add the names of Witkoff and Kushner to that team, and then go on to clear J.D. Vance's team to lead the delegation, all within a couple of hours. This is desperation breaking out of the White House. This is the weakest moment for Trump. And also for the Pakistanis. As usual, the Pakistanis claimed more than they could. They rolled out the red carpet, they locked the red zone in Islamabad, only to realize it is game up with the Iranians. If you read the statements coming in from Iran, it is clear that the negotiation process led by Rawalpindi does not enjoy the trust of the Iranians anymore. The Iranians are not in any mood to compromise. The question is, are we looking at escalation from Wednesday morning, given that the Iranians are in no mood to compromise on Trump's terms? And if Trump has said that if Iranians do not sign on his dotted line, then he won't be the Mr. Nice Guy anymore, that he will resume bombings. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the given situation, is it going to get worse from Wednesday? Or is there going to be another taco moment? Because as we know, Trump always chickens out. Always, at the very last minute. Will he do so again?
And now, viewers, we have breaking news coming in where reports are suggesting that the Iranian cargo ship Tauska, seized by US forces in the Gulf of Oman, is tied to a fleet that frequently sailed to China and has been linked to transporting materials with potential military use. Shipping data showed that the vessel visited China's Zhuhai port twice in the weeks before it was seized. The ship was intercepted after trying to breach a US naval blockade and boarded after warning shots disabled its engine. Now, Tauska is controlled by a sanctioned Iranian company accused of transporting items for Tehran's ballistic missile program. This is a big news. As per reports, the ship was traveling from China towards an Iranian port. Yesterday, we played out the visuals for you, how the US naval forces boarded the ship, the Iranian flagged vessel, and seized control of the ship. And now we have reports emerging that the ship had been traveling from China, and Iranian military has even accused the United States of armed piracy. Iran said that they are ready to confront US forces over the blatant aggression. We are also getting to know that this particular ship was traveling from China and had some sort of a military equipment on board it. So, big breaking news that we're covering at this point in time, where reports are suggesting that China link is there as far as the Iranian cargo ship, which was seized by United States, is concerned. That happened yesterday. The ship was traveling from China towards an Iranian port. It was carrying some sort of a military equipment on board it, Iranian military said, and accused the United States of armed piracy. And our viewers would like to shift our focus to Beirut now. Even as a fragile ceasefire remains in place between Israel and Hezbollah, ground visuals from Beirut's southern suburbs are revealing the true scale of destruction left behind by weeks of conflict. Entire neighborhoods lie flattened. Thousands have been killed and over 1 million displaced. Amid fresh claims of ceasefire violations, concerns are now growing over how long this uneasy calm can actually hold. Here is a detailed ground report. Take a look.
Massive destruction is now visible in Beirut's southern suburbs, weeks after intense fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Entire buildings have been reduced to rubble, including key locations that once housed the Hezbollah terror group. Streets that were once densely populated now stand shattered, with debris and damaged structures stretching across neighborhoods. Posters of Hezbollah terror leader Hassan Nasrallah and Iran's former supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei can be seen amid the ruins. Even as a ceasefire is in place, fresh concerns are emerging over possible violations, with claims of drone activity over Beirut skies. And according to Lebanon's health ministry, over 2,000 people have been killed and more than 6,000 injured in Israeli strikes since early March. Despite the temporary halt in fighting, tensions remain high, with both sides wary and the ceasefire appearing increasingly fragile. The big question now, will this pause hold, or is the region heading towards another escalation?
And now another breaking news coming in, where oil prices have declined on Tuesday during Asia hours amid uncertainty over the second round of US-Iran peace talks in Islamabad. WTI futures, for May lost 1.51% to $88.26 per barrel, while Brent for June slid down 0.68% to $94.87. Both benchmarks had settled 7% and 5% higher on Monday. Reports say that Vice President J.D. Vance would lead the US delegation to Pakistan, but Iran signaled on the other side that it's not ready for talks. We also have Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf posting on X social media platform that we do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats, and in the past 2 weeks we have prepared to reveal new cards on the battlefield. Now, President Donald Trump renewed threats of overwhelming military action, warning that lots of bombs start going off if no deal is reached before the ceasefire expires tomorrow. So a big news, as we have oil prices reacting and declining, in fact, on Tuesday during Asia hours amid uncertainty as to what could happen, what can be played out in Islamabad. We do know, and we are hearing reports coming in, that on Tuesday we can see a US delegation, in fact, landing in Islamabad for these talks. But as far as the Iranian side is concerned, there is a great amount of uncertainty, and that is the reason why we have Brent crude oil reacting and, in fact, sliding down 0.68% to $94.87 per barrel. Both benchmarks, WTI futures and Brent, had settled 7% and 5% higher on Monday. This comes as we have reports suggesting that J.D. Vance would lead the US delegation if talks are to take place in Islamabad. But on the Iranian side, we have nobody confirming that the talks will happen in Islamabad. And our viewers, yesterday there was a massive earthquake that took place in Japan. It is once again, the country is once again on high alert after the powerful earthquake struck off its northern coast, triggering tsunami warnings and raising fresh fears of a potential mega quake. Now, authorities have issued an advisory for coastal regions, warning of a slightly increased risk of major earthquake in the coming days. Now, while officials stress that this is not a prediction, the probability of a magnitude 8 or a larger quake has risen from 0.1% to nearly 1% over the next week. Here is a detailed report. Take a look.
A powerful earthquake measuring around magnitude 7.5 struck off Japan's northern coast, triggering tsunami alerts across multiple regions. Tsunami waves of up to 80 centimeters were recorded at ports, prompting evacuation advisories in several coastal towns. Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi urged residents to move to higher ground immediately as authorities scramble to assess damage and launch rescue operations.
お疲れ様でございます。本日16時53分ごろ、三陸沖を震源とする、地震が発生し、青森県で最大震度5強の強い揺れを観測しました。また岩手県、北海道太平洋沿岸中部、青森県太平洋沿岸に津波警報が発表されるなどしております。津波警報が発表されている地域の皆様は直ちに高台や避難ビルなどより高い安全な場所に避難をしてください。政府としては地震発生後直ちに官邸危機管理センターに官邸連絡室を設置し、私からの指示を踏まえて被害状況の把握、救命救助等の災害応急対策、また国民の皆様に対する適時的確な情報提供などの対応に全力で当たっております。
Even as the immediate tsunami threat has now passed, authorities have issued a fresh advisory warning of a possible mega quake risk in the coming week.
まず今回発表された注意情報ですが、1週間以内にマグニチュード8以上の大規模地震が日本海溝、千島海溝沿いで発生する確率が平常時は約 0.1% であるのに対し、これまでに世界で発生した地震の統計データに基づけば、今後1週間に約 1% の確率でマグニチュード8以上の大規模地震が発生する可能性があるという意味でございます。まず、防災対応を取るべき地域の方々は、揺れを感じたり、津波警報等が発表されたら、津波からの命を守るため、直ちに避難することが重要です。そのことを意識しつつ、地震への備えとして、避難場所、経路の確認など、日頃からの地震への備えの再確認と、すぐに逃げられる体制の維持、非常持ち出し品の常時携帯など、この1週間の特別な備えを行った上で、社会経済活動の継続をお願いします。
Officials say the likelihood remains low but is higher than normal following the recent quake along the Japan Trench region.
なお、新たな大規模地震が発生する可能性は平常時と比べると、高まっていますが、過去の世界的な事例を踏まえると、その確率は先ほど内閣府さんからもご説明があったように100回に1回程度、1% 程度と低く、特定の期間中に大規模地震が必ず発生するということをお知らせするものではございません。
Authorities have stressed that this is not a prediction but a precautionary alert, urging residents to stay safe, prepared while continuing normal life. Residents have been advised to check evacuation routes, keep emergency supplies ready, and remain alert for aftershocks over the next week. The advisory comes months after a similar alert in December and years after the deadly 2011 disaster that killed over 22,000 people and triggered a nuclear crisis. So far, authorities say no abnormalities have been reported at nuclear facilities and damage assessments are still underway. With seismic activity intensifying, Japan remains on edge, balancing caution with calm, as officials warn that while the risk is low, preparedness could make all the difference.
And our viewers, don't go anywhere. We have more national and global news coming up on the other side of the bulletin. Taking a short break. Donald Trump says U.S. naval blockade on Strait of Hormuz will continue until U.S. and Iran reach a deal on the West Asia war. Meanwhile, Iran says deep historical mistrust towards U.S. government, says they won't submit to force.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters.
And now viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in where reports are now suggesting that Pakistan is confident that it can get Iran to attend talks with the United States in Islamabad. The reports are saying that the Pakistani side has received a positive signal from Iran. Things are fluid, but Pakistan is trying that they should be here, the Iranian side should be here when the talks are started today or maybe tomorrow or a day after. The reports are adding that Pakistan is actively engaging with Tehran and Washington as Donald Trump's ceasefire deadline looms. So a big claim in this report by the Pakistani side where Pakistani side is confident that despite the rejections on the part of the Iranian side, the talks could happen, and Pakistan is trying to make all sorts of efforts to bring Tehran on the negotiating table so the talks can happen. Islamabad is what the reports are claiming. But as far as the Iranian side is concerned, viewers, we have not heard a positive thing from the Iranian side. Earlier also, when we listened to Ismail Baghei, Iranian spokesperson, he also in a very strong statement said that there is a deep distrust between both the sides and the talks may not happen. And our viewers, slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We have more news coming in from the war in West Asia as all eyes are on Islamabad. Reports suggest Donald Trump says he is ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Donald Trump says that US naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz will continue until US and Iran reach a deal on the West Asia war.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG.
Reports suggest that Trump says he's ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Trump says that it is likely, very unlikely, that he will renew the two-week Iran ceasefire he announced on the 7th of April. Donald Trump says that US naval blockade on Hormuz will continue until US and Iran reach a deal on the West Asia war. Meanwhile, Iran says deep historical mistrust towards the US government, says they won't submit to force. After Trump tells US media that J.D. Vance will visit Pakistan for talks, Iranian foreign minister says no plans to visit Pakistan. Oil falls as investors assess mixed messaging on Iran peace talks ahead of the ceasefire deadline. Brent crude slips to a $95 per barrel. Massive pre-poll clashes break out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash in Iqbalpur. Hello and a very good morning. My name is Nayan. You're watching Live and Breaking. Before we delve into anything, let's break into this story. US Central Command releases a statement which says since the commencement of the blockade against ships entering or exiting Iranian ports and coastal areas, US forces have directed 27 vessels to turn around or return to Iranian port. This is the US CENTCOM claiming that 27 vessels have been directed to turn around. And they have to comply with the forces, otherwise things could end up in a not so good way. Regardless of what the intention is, all the ships so far on the Strait of Hormuz were asked to turn around. Viewers, we have another breaking news. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that the United States has never been so close to marking a truly good deal, unlike the horrific deal signed by Barack Hussein Obama, than what we are right now. Why? Thanks to the President Trump's brilliant negotiating tactics and the success of Operation Fury, that now things are turning towards a very, very good deal. This is what is said by the US Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, claiming that America has never ever been so close to making a really good deal. She did not hold back in commenting that it was Barack Obama who signed a horrific deal, and it's now that they are, in fact, coming closer to making a very good deal. This is the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt commenting on US making a really good deal. She, in fact, credited Donald Trump and congratulated on the success, the huge success of Operation Epic Fury. All right, viewers, we have another breaking news coming in that Trump is warning Iran ahead of the impending. Right now on your television screen, it is the US president, and in fact, that's not all. In these negotiations, it has been said that the US is warning its extensions to just beyond the White House press secretary's statement. And she said, this is the US President Trump. If Iran doesn't negotiate, they will face problems like they've never seen before. In an interview with the US media, this has been told that Iran is going to face repercussions, in fact, big problems, if they are not willing to make a deal. So clearly this is an act of force, and Donald Trump is making all these tall claims which are one-sided, while Iran refuses to completely sit down on any kind of conversation, because Iran has in fact said that it is not going to act out of force, but is only going to act out of conversations or diplomacy for that matter. But here is Donald Trump, who is impeding peace talks at Islamabad, which are one-sided, while Iran has warned of dire consequences if no peace is going to actually take place. But Trump's warning continues and says that Iran will, in fact, face big problems ahead if it does not come on the table for a peace conversation. All right, viewers, right now is a high-stakes diplomacy that is unfolding in the United States, prepared for crucial talks with Iran. with a delegation heading to Pakistan amid the rising tensions and fragile ceasefire timeline. But just hours before the visit, Donald Trump has laid out his position, from denying Israel's role in the conflict to repeating his reline on Iran's nuclear ambitions. But even as pressure builds, Iran has signaled hesitation, raising fresh doubts over whether the talks will even take place in the first place. Here's a full report for you to know that everything we know.
High-stake negotiations are now underway as a US delegation heads to Pakistan for crucial talks with Iran. Just hours before the visit, Donald Trump announced the move, calling the offer a fair and reasonable deal, while warning of consequences if it is rejected. Ahead of the talks, Trump also pushed back against claims that Israel influenced the conflict. In a strong statement, he said, Israel never talked him into the war, calling such reports as fake news. At the same time, Trump has once again made his position clear. Repeating his core condition, he said Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. But even as diplomatic messaging continues, pressure tactics are visible on the ground. The United States has released fresh visuals, claiming that 27 vessels have been turned back as part of its naval blockade. The move is being seen as a show of strength amid ongoing tensions in the region. However, Iran has now cast uncertainty over the talks. The Iranian Foreign Ministry has said there are no plans to visit Pakistan and no final decision has been taken. Even as Pakistan pushes for dialogue, the situation remains fluid. With strong positions, rising pressure, and no confirmed participation, the big question now: will the talks go ahead or collapse before they even begin?
Now, Iran has approved participation in fresh round of high-stakes talks with the United States scheduled for Wednesday in Islamabad. These are according to reports signaling a potential breakthrough in efforts to end the ongoing war. The report said Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei has given the green light for negotiating team to travel following days of uncertainty over Tehran's position. Vice President J.D. Vance is expected to depart for Islamabad by Tuesday morning for negotiations, accompanied by senior officials including Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and advisor Jared Kushner. Now, mediators from Pakistan, Egypt and Turkey had been urging Iran to attend, while the White House waited for confirmation that its counterpart would join the discussions. Now, this is a sign of true diplomacy. Clearly, no force, but just some conversation that are expected to happen in Islamabad. Now, this confirmation has just come in that it is signaling a potential breakthrough, because Iran has, amid the high-ranked confusion that has been around if Iran would in fact participate in the fresh round of discussion, which is discussion 2.0. It is going to be scheduled now in Islamabad on Wednesday, according to reports. Now, this is actually a good sign, because a potential breakthrough can actually take place and an end to the ongoing conflict in West Asia could turn into something that we all have been hoping for. Now, reports have said that Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei has given the green light for negotiating team to travel to the following days. And this uncertainty of Tehran's position that whether or not it will attend the second round of discussions in Islamabad has finally received a green signal. And now President J.D. Vance is expected to depart from the United States and come to Islamabad by Tuesday morning for negotiations. It is now going to be, he is in fact now going to be accompanied by senior officials, including a special envoy where Steve Witkoff, the advisor Jared Kushner, and other mediators from Pakistan, from Egypt, from Turkey, and all of these places have been urging Iran to attend, and Iran has seemed to have given now a green light, while the White House has waited for this confirmation from its counterpart to join the discussions. Now it seems the green light has been given. Even as a fragile ceasefire remains in place between Israel and Hezbollah, ground visuals from Beirut, southern suburbs, are revealing the true scale of destruction left behind by weeks of conflict. The entire neighborhood lie flattened. Thousands have been killed and over 1 million displaced amid the fresh claims of ceasefire violations. Now, concerns are now growing over how long this uneasy calm can actually hold. Here's a full report.
Massive destruction is now visible in Beirut's southern suburbs, weeks after intense fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Entire buildings have been reduced to rubble, including key locations that once housed the Hezbollah terror group. Streets that were once densely populated now stand shattered, with debris and damaged structures stretching across neighborhoods. Posters of Hezbollah terror leader Hassan Nasrallah and Iran's former supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei can be seen amid the ruins. Even as a ceasefire is in place, fresh concerns are emerging over possible violations, with claims of drone activity over Beirut skies. And according to Lebanon's health ministry, over 2,000 people have been killed and more than 6,000 injured in Israeli strikes since early March. Despite the temporary halt in fighting, tensions remain high, with both sides wary and the ceasefire appearing increasingly fragile. The big question now, will this pause hold, or is the region heading towards another escalation?
Iran's foreign minister issues statement condemning US attack on commercial vessel and abduction of crew and family. The vessel was targeted in a piratical attack that violated international law, and the unchartered and recent ceasefire agreement, the crew and their families were intimidated and taken hostage during the incident. Now, the United Nations Security Council and International Maritime Organization must immediately condemn the attack and take urgent action to secure the release of the vessel and all those on board. The United States will bear full responsibility for the consequences of the dangerous escalation, and Iran will use all available means to defend its sovereignty and protect the rights of its citizens. This is a breaking news that is coming all the way from the Strait of Hormuz, where a piratical attack has taken place, and the abduction of a vessel along with the crew and families has taken place. This is a piratical act that has violated international laws and the UN Charter. This is coming in light of the recent ceasefire agreement. And amidst that agreement, the crew and their families were intimidated and they were taken hostage during the incident. In fact, the United Nations Security Council and the International Maritime Organization, it's about time that they act with immediacy and condemn this attack and take an urgent action to release all on the vessel and those on board, and in fact the vessel itself. The United Nations, in fact the United States, must bear full responsibility for the consequences of this dangerous escalation, and Iran will use all the available means to defend its sovereignty and protect the rights of its citizens. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Iran is condemning the US piratical target and attack. Now, there are people on board on this vessel. Now, this statement has been issued by Iran's foreign ministry. And Iran's foreign ministry is condemning this US attack of the commercial vessel abduction and the abduction of crew and families. This is a piratical act and it is a violation of the international law. The Iran is slamming and attacking all of this abduction that has taken place. And that's not all. We have fresh updates coming in on front of the ongoing attempts to renew ceasefire talk. This as the US President Trump takes to the social media and he says, and I quote, "Operation Midnight Hammer was a complete and total obliteration of the nuclear dust sites in Iran. Therefore, digging it out will be a long and difficult process." Fake news and other corrupt media networks and platforms fail to give our great aviators the credit that they deserve. Always trying to demean and belittle losers. That's what Trump recently wrote. In fact, this is the big breaking news that's coming in, where US President Trump has taken to the social media and given such a comment. Well, such are the comments that are coming in from Donald Trump. Despite the doubts over whether the discussions would really take place, Pakistani officials on Sunday prepared to host a second round, the 2.0 of negotiations between Iran and the United States. Now, over the weekend, the authorities in Islamabad, the country's capital, began closing key highways and increasing security, especially in the vicinity of a posh hotel where the delegation are scheduled to convene, while Washington and Tehran are still, at an odd over the Strait of Hormuz. It's the US President Donald Trump saying on Sunday that negotiations will travel, in fact, negotiators will travel to Pakistan on Monday, bolstering chances of a prolonging and precarious truce that is scheduled to expire by Wednesday. Here's more in this report.
اولا تا الان که من خدمتتون هستم در مورد دور بعدی برای مذاکرات ما برنامه‌ای نداریم. تصمیمی در این خصوص اتخاذ نشد. بعد از اون که به هر ترتیبی بود در این خصوص تفاهمی حاصل شد، ما مواجه شدیم با اقداماتشون در تنگه هرمز، اون چیزی که تحت عنوان محاصره دریایی اسم گذاشتند. همین ساعات اخیر شاهد بودید حمله به یک کشتی تجاری ایران صورت گرفت. اینها همش نقض صریح آتش بس تلقی میشه.
Preparations for a second round of negotiations between the United States and Iran started here in Islamabad in earnest this morning already. This was even before President Trump confirmed that a US delegation was coming this way to the Pakistani capital. Now, security precautions include the closure of roads, monuments, and hotels as well. In fact, the two hotels that had been used by the delegations from Washington and Tehran have already been taken over by Pakistani authorities. Guests have been told to find a room elsewhere. Now, look at this road here behind me leading to Islamabad's main tourist attraction, the Faisal Mosque. You won't be seeing many cars or motorbikes on here today. In fact, whole areas of Islamabad are expected to be turned into pretty much inaccessible so-called red zones over the next few days. Now, there's no doubt that people here are excited about the prospect of the arrival of delegations from the United States and Iran again, but they're also excited by the possibility of a Pakistani-mediated agreement between the United States and Iran.
का कुछ गुजारा
या नहीं भाईजान नहीं आप लेट आए इसमें हमारा कसूर है ठेकेदार सही है ना जल्दी बना लो।
All right, a desperate search operation is underway in the southern Lebanon, where the rescue teams are combining through the Litani River after the deadly strike hit the Kasmieh Bridge just before a ceasefire came into effect. Several people are feared missing, with families still waiting for answers as divers battle strong currents and heavy debris in the water. Here's more in this report.
Search operations are underway beneath the Kasmieh Bridge in southern Lebanon after reports of people missing following a pre-ceasefire strike. Lebanese civil defense teams, including divers and medics, are scanning the Litani River, focusing on two men believed to be in a car during the strike. The bridge, a key crossing in the region, was heavily damaged with large amounts of debris now submerged in the river.
نحن لما لقينا انه المي ضحل كثير وفي تيار بالنهر وعرفنا بسبب الغارات اللي صارت في كثير شوائب تحت المي من جسور ومن حديد وهيك فاستعملنا سونار لحتى نمسح الارض عملنا مسح شامل للارض تبين عنا في كثير عوائق بقلب المي بس ما بين عنا هيكل السياره اللي نحن نازلين نفتش عن هيكل السياره او عن شهداء.
Divers say visibility is extremely poor with strong currents and submerged wreckage, making the search operation difficult.
ما مبين شيء. هو انا حكيت معه 11:48 دقيقة بالضبط، قبل الغارة بدقيقتين او بدقيقة. قلت له ما تطلع موتوسيكل انه حيكسفوا موتوسيكلات، قال لي ايه بعرف وبعد شيء الساعة 11:50 دقيقة بالضبط فيش لا ارسال ولا شيء يعني. لحد هلا ما مبين شيء.
Families of the missing say they have been searching for days, holding on to hope even as rescue teams struggle to locate any trace. Despite continuous efforts, no bodies or remains have been recovered so far as teams continue scanning the riverbed. The strike came just before a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, raising fresh concerns over civilian impact in conflict zones. As the search continues, families wait in anguish, hoping for closure, while rescuers race against time in the debris-filled waters of the Litani River.
Viewers, we're ready to get into a short break, but before you go anywhere, there's lots coming up for you. Reports suggest that Trump says he's ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Right after this short break, Trump says that it is highly unlikely he will renew the 2-week Iran ceasefire he announced on April 7.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Welcome viewers, you're watching live this morning. My name is Nayan. Amidst the international developments, here's a story on the national front. With just 2 days left for polling in West Bengal, political tensions are peaking on the ground. A major clash broke out in Kolkata's Iqbalpur area where BJP and TMC workers came face to face outside the police station. What began as a political protest quickly escalated into chaos with sloganeering, stone pelting and in fact police action. Here's everything you need to know in this report.
Just 2 days before polling, Bengal's political battle spilled onto the streets. A BJP rally in Iqbalpur turned into a flashpoint as TMC workers confronted them. Tensions escalated rapidly right outside Iqbalpur police station. BJP workers raised slogans, staging a protest outside the police station, while TMC supporters countered with sloganeering, intensifying the face-off. Later, the protest turned aggressive as crowds gathered both outside and inside the police station. Police stepped in, attempting to control the situation, and even a lathi charge was carried out to disperse the mob. Stone pelting was reported, and tear gas was used to bring the situation under control. BJP accused TMC of starting the violence, alleging disruption of their rally. With heavy police deployment in place, the situation was brought under control. But with campaigning at its peak and voting just days away, the political temperature in Bengal remains high.
Coming up after a short break, Donald Trump says that the US naval blockade on Hormuz will continue until US and Iran reach a deal on West Asia war.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will definitely be the West Asian conflict, because it's today that the talks are supposed to happen in Islamabad. While earlier Iran was denying that it won't be attending the peace talks, there won't be any second round of peace talks, but there is now a supposedly green light that the talks might happen. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates on what's unfolding in the West Asian conflict and whether there will be talks or not, and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Reports suggest that the Iranian cargo ship Tuska, seized by US forces in the Gulf of Oman, is tied to a fleet that frequently sails to China. Oil prices decline amid uncertainty over peace talks. WTI futures for May lose 1.51% to $88.26 per barrel. Brent crude slips to $95 per barrel. Now, reports suggest that Trump says that he is ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires. Trump says that it is highly unlikely that he will renew the two-week Iran ceasefire he announced on April 7th. Donald Trump says that US naval blockade on Hormuz will continue until US and Iran reach a deal on the West Asia war. Meanwhile, Iran says deep historical mistrust towards US government, says they won't submit to force. Massive pre-poll clashes break out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash in Iqbalpur. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top big breaking news development that we are fetching from the West Asian conflict, and this comes from Iran. Iran has now approved participation in a fresh round of high-stakes talks with the United States, scheduled for Wednesday in Islamabad, according to reports signaling a potential breakthrough in efforts to end the ongoing conflict. Now, the report said that Iran's supreme leader, that is the new supreme leader, Mujtaba Ali Khamenei, has given the green light for the negotiating team to travel following days of uncertainty over Tehran's position. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance is expected to depart for Islamabad by Tuesday morning, as per American time, for the negotiations, accompanied by senior officials including Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and advisor Jared Kushner. The mediators from Pakistan, Egypt and Turkey had been urging Iran to attend, while the White House waited for confirmation that its counterpart, that is Iran, would join the discussions, because it was completely unclear whether Iran would be joining the talks. But as per the latest reports, there is green light from the supreme leader, and they will listen to the supreme leader of Iran for sure, and supposedly the talks might happen. But this is quite at initial stage. As per initial reports that the talks might happen. Big development coming in from Iran. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we have. Big breaking news development. Donald Trump says that Operation Midnight Hammer completely obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. He said, and I quote, he said that Operation Midnight Hammer was a complete and total obliteration of the nuclear dust sites in Iran. Therefore, digging it out will be a long and difficult process. Now, he also went on to say that corrupt media networks and platforms fail to give our great aviators the credit they deserve, always trying to demean and belittle. He's calling them losers. So that is Donald Trump's way of saying things. Now, this is a very big development coming in, where Donald Trump once again is praising Operation Midnight Hammer, his Operation Midnight Hammer, where he's saying that we completely obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. We wiped off Iran's nuclear sites. We decimated, we attacked. So he's claiming victory once again. This is Donald Trump hailing the Operation Midnight Hammer, calling it a big success, a big development coming in. This is about the Midnight Hammer operation, where the nuclear sites of Iran were struck a while ago, and now he's claiming that we completely obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. All right, viewers, now there's another big breaking news development coming in. A senior US official reportedly has said that the Trump administration and India continue to have positive and productive discussions towards a finalized trade deal. Positive discussions towards trade deal is what they say as delegates gather in Washington, D.C. For a fresh round of bilateral trade talks. Now, another official who is familiar with the developments has said that Indian delegates have begun arriving in Washington, D.C. for fresh India-US trade talks, with more still on their way. Now, most of it is almost done. He's sure that most of the trade talk deals, the bilateral trade deal talks, is already done. There aren't many loose ends left, the official added. Now, Indian delegation to meet the chief US negotiator Brendan Lynch in Washington, D.C. India's team is led by Darpan Jain, additional secretary in the Commerce Ministry. So this is about the India-US bilateral trade talks now going on a positive direction. They are sure that this will be working out, and positive discussions happening between India and United States for a finalized trade deal. This as delegates gather in Washington, D.C. for a fresh round of bilateral trade talks. All right, viewers, now let's shift our focus to the upcoming elections. Just a day left for the elections. Coming in from Tamil Nadu, big breaking news from Tamil Nadu, with the Tamil Nadu elections being conducted on 23rd April. Today will be the last day for the political parties to campaign. Now, all election campaign will end before 6 p.m. today. So this is our top focus, and ECI states that any mode of campaign after the deadline will be a breach of the Model Code of Conduct, which comes into place, resulting in 2 years in prison. So very big development, elections in focus, and last day for political parties for campaigning in Tamil Nadu. All the seats in one phase, all seats to go for polls in Tamil Nadu. Last day for political parties to complete their campaigning, and the deadline is 6 p.m. Any campaigning post 6 p.m. will be a breach of the Model Code of Conduct, and there is a punishment for that, and a very big punishment indeed. It will result in 2 years in prison. The ECI has stated that any mode of campaign after the deadline will be a breach of the Model Code of Conduct, resulting in 2 years of prison. Now, Tamil Nadu in focus, West Bengal also in focus for the elections, for the votes that are supposed to happen on 23rd April. Big political parties and anti-incumbency in play. It's difficult to predict this time that who is going to retain power and who is going to come back. Will the anti-incumbency play an important role, and also the kind of poll promises made by all the political parties? Whom will the citizens vote? We'll have to wait and watch, and we'll do exclusive coverage from the election voting day. From 23rd April, we'll bring you live visuals also and minute-to-minute updates that day also. But today, specifically today, it's very important for the political parties to note that it is the last day for political parties to campaign in Tamil Nadu, and also the same applies for the first phase of elections in West Bengal also, and they're in the same. It will be the last day for campaigning for that phase, for the seats which are bound to go to polls on 23rd. All right, Sharda is joining live with us for more details. Now, Sharda, today is the last day for political parties to campaign. Big day ahead, just a day left. How prepared are the political parties, and what kind of campaigns are happening today as we speak?
Well, the 23 days of campaigning is now coming to an end in Tamil Nadu. The state elections is set to happen on the 23rd, just 1 day left for the campaigning to be done. Today at 6 p.m. all the campaigns will come to an end. Both DMK and the AIDMK have been campaigning throughout the state, not leaving one nook and corner, and are passing through all the difficult constituencies, and there are difficult contestants all over the state of Tamil Nadu. While the alliance parties, Congress and the BJP, the national leaders, have also come down to campaign, especially Rahul Gandhi, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah have all been in Tamil Nadu doing extensive campaign for the upcoming elections. As we see, after 6 p.m. today, no campaign will be done. Tomorrow would be a silent day for Tamil Nadu, as the elections is set to happen on the 23rd, and it's going to be a breach of Model Code of Conduct if the political parties do a campaign. Likely to see that the AIADMK and the DMK to go head on in almost 23 districts, with the BJP and the Congress fighting directly, and the DMK and BJP fighting in 27 districts directly, whereas the AIADMK, the DMK going to head-on in 140 constituencies, fighting, giving a strong fight, whereas Vijay's TVK is also contesting in all 234 constituency all on their own. So whether Vijay's party would be able to breach the Tamil Nadu's traditional politics between the DMK and the AIADMK is something that we'll get to know in just 2 days' time.
Yeah, but definitely making a debut in elections this time, but though it is a new entrant, but it's clearly stating that our competition is with the DMK party, and it's so the stakes are high. Definitely it will make some sort of an impact because he is a famous superstar in this case.
Well, the DMK is now fighting on with a strong manifesto saying that it's DMK 2.0, giving a strong goal that the manifesto is focusing on the welfare of the people, while the AIADMK is focusing more on the welfare schemes given to the people, saying that the DMK has looted money from the people and that to increase the economy life of the people and the standard of living of the people, the AIADMK is focusing on the rupees 10,000 scheme that would be given to every household, plus rupees 2,000 is going to be given to almost 1 crore people on every month basis, whereas the DMK is giving a coupon for 8,000 to buy whatever they want, and the AIADMK again going back to the freebies, giving them a fridge. Whereas Vijay's TVK's manifesto promise are also similar to the AIADMK and the DMK. There is nothing new according to the DMK, AIADMK and the TVK manifesto. It's all based on the people welfare scheme and the freebies being given to them right on point of elections. Whereas education and youth development seems to be the major focus for both AIADMK and TVK, whereas DMK is focusing on in the industrial development of the state under the 2.0 model. While mentioning whether if the DMK is holding on a strong posture here, yes, MK Stalin, Udayanidhi and Kanimuri, including MP Dayanidhi Maran, has done extensive campaign in the state of Tamil Nadu in the last 23 days, whereas the AIADMK went on a very slow basis, making sure that they reach all 234 constituencies, and Edapadi himself has completed 210 constituencies, making sure that he's there in every single constituency doing the campaign. Meanwhile, Vijay's campaign has been very slow the last few days. It's happening on alternate days, keeping in mind that the permission was denied in multiple places. Whether if it is the AIADMK or the AIADMK holding on a strong position in Chennai, according to the statistics in the last 23 days, DMK's extensive campaign has reached out to every single location in the Chennai urban area, whereas the AIADMK is focused on the rural basis.
All right, thanks a lot, Shraddha, for the details in this story. Thanks a lot. Now, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development coming in from West Bengal. Now, this is an allegation from the BJP. The BJP alleges that in a shocking display of anti-democratic attitude during a roadshow in the Entelli Assembly constituency, in the presence of Delhi CM Rekha Gupta, who was campaigning in support of BJP candidate Dr. Priyanka Tibrewal, some teams misused machinery to switch off the street lights. Now, BJP's Tibrewal was joined by Delhi CM Rekha Gupta. Now, BJP is saying that it's because of the TMC that the lights were switched off during our rally. However, they say that such tactics failed to dampen the spirit and determination of BJP workers who continued undeterred. So this is happening in West Bengal, a shocking display of anti-democratic attitude. Let's listen into what exactly happened, the sequence. All right, with just a day left for polling in West Bengal, political tensions are peaking on the ground. A major clash broke out in Kolkata's Iqbalpur area, where BJP and TMC workers came face to face outside a police station. Now, what began as a political protest quickly escalated into chaos with sloganeering, stone pelting and police action. Here's a ground report on that.
Just 2 days before polling, Bengal's political battle spilled onto the streets. A BJP rally in Iqbalpur turned into a flashpoint as TMC workers confronted them. Tensions escalated rapidly right outside Iqbalpur police station. BJP workers raised slogans, staging a protest outside the police station, while TMC supporters countered with sloganeering, intensifying the face-off. Later, the protest turned aggressive as crowds gathered both outside and inside the police station. Police stepped in, attempting to control the situation, and even a lathi charge was carried out to disperse the mob. Stone pelting was reported, and tear gas was used to bring the situation under control. BJP accused TMC of starting the violence, alleging disruption of their rally. With heavy police deployment in place, the situation was brought under control. But with campaigning at its peak and voting just days away, the political temperature in Bengal remains high.
All right, viewers, now let's move on from election breakings to top news from the country. Now, all big breaking news coming in from Nashik this time. All accused in the Nashik case have filed for bail. The bail applications have been filed for suspects. The next hearing for Danish's bail is scheduled for May 2. Bail applications were filed on April 20 for suspects Raza Memon, Asif Ansari, Shahrukh Qureshi and Shafi Sheikh and Tausif Atar. Big development coming here from the Nashik case, where all accused in the Nashik case have filed for bail. Bail applications have been filed for suspects. The next hearing for Danish's bail is scheduled for May 2nd. Now, bail applications were filed on April 20th, that is yesterday, for suspects that included Raza Memon, Asif Ansari, Shahrukh Qureshi, Shafi Sheikh and Tausif Atar. So, all the claims and counterclaims, we have graphics on your screen. Is Nida Khan being shielded now? They are saying that Nida Khan not responsible for recruitment, not part of HR, but didn't hold any leadership responsibility. And the counterclaims, do you have to, now, can a process associate not play a role in grooming gang in this case? Now, these are the counterclaims you also should note. Isn't that the exact complaint, that there was a cover-up? No complaints received on Posh channel. So that's also under investigation. And the profile of all the accused on your screen, Raza Memon, Nida Khan, Ashwini Chanani, and the profile also, Danish Sheikh, who is the associate, and also Mohammad Sheikh, who's 36 years old, an associate, and who joined in 2017. So they are old employees of TCS, and this was also the profile of the accused in the Nashik case, the grooming gang case. All right, viewers, Revati is live with us for more details. Revati, if you can give us an update on what's exactly happening on the bails being asked for all the accused in this case. What's the latest?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that all the accused have now started filing their bail application one by one. First, the anticipatory bail was filed by Nida Khan's counsel, as she is on the run and yet police has not got a catch hold of her. And yesterday a hearing on this particular matter happened at the Nashik Road court, where it was decided that after the statements of the public prosecution as well as the victims will be recorded, then only on 27th of April the hearing on this anticipatory bail will be heard at the Nashik Road police station. Then the latest update that is coming up, that Raza Memon, Shafi Sheikh, Danish, Shahrukh Ansari and all other accused have also filed their bails on 20th of April, and they will be heard soon. Danish, who has filed a bail application earlier, his hearing on the bail application will be on 2nd of May in the Nashik itself. So one by one the counsel of the accused have filed an application bail. So here two most important bail application are there. One is Danish, who would sexually exploit women. What is the decision taken in his bail application will be important to look out. And moreover, everyone is looking out for Nida Khan. What will be heard during her anticipatory bail application hearing, because she has filed an anticipatory bail application on a medical ground as well as some legal grounds. But the most important ground is the medical ground, where she has claimed that she is pregnant and she is being feeling dizzy lately. So it will be important to look out on 27th of April that what exactly does the court gives their decision on this particular matter. Over to you.
All right, thanks a lot for the details in this story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in the Nashik grooming gang scandal. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now the Nashik grooming gang scandal is intensifying with every passing day as more victims step forward with serious allegations. The legal net is tightening around the accused. A key accused, that is Nida Khan, has been denied interim protection from arrest, even as questions mount over her whereabouts. With multiple arrests, disturbing testimonies and corporate accountability now under scanner scrutiny, the case is rapidly unfolding into a far bigger controversy. Here's a detailed report.
Few weeks in, grooming gang scandal continues to deepen. As more Hindu victims come forward,
two big developments in the Nashik MNC case happened today, where two different hearings happened at the Nashik Road Court and second at the Nashik Session Court in Nashik itself. The hearing of anticipatory bail filed by Nida Khan, who is on a run at the moment right now. Her counsel demanded an in-camera proceeding, after which an in-camera proceeding happened for 1.5 hours at around 2:30 p.m. today in the Nashik Road Court. After that, it was decided by the court that statements of the victims as well as of the public prosecutor will be recorded, and a final decision will be given on 27th of April. Also, according to the one of the victims' counsel, who had a word with Republic, who was confronted by Republic, actually said that it is possible legally that Nida Khan might be arrested before the judgment of this particular anticipatory bail application hearing.
Today, the court refused to grant interim protection from arrest to Nida Khan, one of the accused. The matter will now be heard on April 27, when both the anticipatory bail plea and the interim relief application will be taken up. When questioned by Republic, her lawyer says he doesn't know about Nida Khan's whereabouts. Two other accused, Raza Rafiq Memon and Shafi Bikhan Sheikh, have been sent to 14-day judicial custody.
सर कुछ कहिएगा, आपको तो आरोप लग रहे हैं सर, आप तो कुछ कहिए, जिन्होंने आरोप आप पे लगे हैं, सर कुछ एक स्टेटमेंट देंगे आप, शोषण किया है आपने लड़कियों का?
The total number of accused in judicial custody is now 8.
Today, Nida Khan's advocate argued the bail application, anticipatory bail application. He thoroughly argued. I remain present on behalf of SIT, and I argued that as a matter is a very serious nature and very sensitive, and it is related to women's जो mental and sexual harassment का है, और many other 9 offences also has been registered against the similar type of जो offences register हुए हैं, and all the offences are under investigation.
Victims' testimonies point to the widening sexual abuse and religious conversion case.
I have asked permission to the Honorable Court that time should be permitted to file our written statement. Honorable Court has allowed our application. Court has given 7 days time to original victim as well as the prosecution to file their say. And whenever on 27 the written statement of the victim as well as the investigation officer is a file, both the parties should be heard.
So before 27th, is it possible that Nida Khan would be arrested?
Oh, there is a possibility because there is no interim protection given. The police can arrest.
So the medical ground which are given by her counsel, will they be held valid in the court?
See, at this stage, that's what I have asked to the court, that till date we have not received any kind of copy of application filed by them. We have just appeared today. So I am collecting the copy from the Honorable Court. Whatever the document they are filing or they are trying that some आप जो बोल रहे हैं ऐसा, तो हमें तो अभी documents वो मिले नहीं.
More statements reveal charges of obscene remarks, unwanted physical contact, and hurting religious sentiments. TCS asserts its record indicate it had not received any complaint on either its ethics or POSH channels, while clarifying that Nida Khan worked as a process associate and not as an HR official. The question remains, is a cover-up at play even as probe widens?
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up in the next bulletin with Hina. Coming up next, reports suggest that Iranian cargo ship Tuska, seized by US forces in the Gulf of Oman, is tied to a fleet that frequently sails to China.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ. सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े. असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles.
Reports suggest that the Iranian cargo ship Tauska, seized by US forces in the Gulf of Oman, is tied to a fleet that frequently sailed to China. Oil prices decline amid uncertainty over the peace talks in Islamabad. WTI futures for May lose 1.51% to $88.26 per barrel. Brent crude slips to $95 per barrel. Reports suggest that Donald Trump says he's ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Donald Trump says that it is highly unlikely he will renew the 2-week Iran ceasefire he announced on 7th of April. Donald Trump says that US naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz will continue until US and Iran reach a deal on the West Asia war. Meanwhile, Iran says deep historical mistrust towards the US government, says they won't submit to force. And massive pre-poll clashes break out in West Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash in Iqbalpur. And now, viewers, we are getting you a big breaking news where US Department of State has confirmed now that America will host the second round of talks between Lebanon and Israel on Thursday, as the two countries will push for direct negotiations between the warring parties amid the regional tensions. So a big breaking, as US is all set to host the second round of talks in United States. This is a confirmation that has been given by US State Department about the second round of talks happening between Israel and Lebanon on Thursday. That is day after tomorrow, a day after the ceasefire in the war in West Asia will end. You will have another round of talks taking place in Israel and Lebanon. But remember, viewers, the ceasefire, as far as Israel and Lebanon are concerned, it was initially set for 10 days. It was announced on 17th of April 2026 after extensive talks took place between the warring parties, where we saw Israeli and Lebanese sides, ambassadors from both the countries coming together on the negotiating table and announcing this historic ceasefire on 17th of April. And now we have another round of talks set to take place in Washington on Thursday, a day after tomorrow. And these are the visuals from the first round of talks, which was in fact also attended by US State Secretary Marco Rubio, a high-stakes meeting taking place after decades of stalemate in the talks between high leadership. In fact, about over 30 years after these talks took place between both the warring parties, Lebanon and Israel. And now we have another round of peace talks going to take place on Thursday. It has been announced by United States. Now remember, the first ceasefire deal was announced on 17th of April for 10 days. And I have my colleague Shivam joining us live from the newsroom to get us more details in this. Shivam, a historic round of second talks taking place in Israel, in Washington, in fact, between both the warring parties, Israel and Lebanon. What do you think would happen when these peace talks will happen? Do you think there'll be an extension in the ceasefire, or there'll be greater concerns put on the table by both the parties?
Yeah, Hina, because this is the second time that they both will be talking, but we also have to take into account that it is not Hezbollah which is directly talking in this case. It is the talks will be happening between Israel and Lebanon in this case, because there are objections also from the side of Hezbollah also, because Hezbollah is also not trusting the actions of the IDF. The first round of talks were successful, definitely, but still there were reports of one strike or the other in southern Lebanon on the assets which were potential threats for the IDF, which was the latest breaking news development that we fetched. Now, as per the Lebanese president also, that the planned talks will be happening on Thursday, and this will be happening in America, in Washington, D.C. And it's also, the talks will be definitely taking into account the role of Hezbollah in this case. But even the Lebanese government does not hold complete control when it comes to Hezbollah. They are acting independently on their own, and they make their own calls, and they are a threat to the country, to the entire nation of Lebanon. And the strikes which are happening are taking a toll on the civilians, and there are a lot of civilian casualties which are happening. Now, the Lebanese, the militia, that is the Hezbollah, has strongly criticized the role of the Lebanese government also in this case of breaching the code of the ceasefire that they both had in the negotiations with Israel. Now, another round of talks are going to happen on Thursday in Washington, D.C., but it's not sure that whether both the parties will be agreeing or not. It could be similar to the stance that we are taking into account of Iran when it comes to talks with Iran in Islamabad. Now, the first round of talks which happened gave a 10-day ceasefire, gave a 10-day truce between Israel and the Hezbollah, not exactly the Lebanese government, because Hezbollah is acting independently in this case. And the explosive front in the border also, things neutralize, things calm down for a little while, but things are escalating right now. But the US is pretty confident when it says that there will be another round of talks.
Would also like to ask you, Shivam, we have earlier seen how parallels were drawn between Gaza and Lebanon. There is a yellow line that has been drawn by Israel, and all the residents are asked not to cross that line. So there is clearly no de-escalation on the part of the Israeli side. They are not moving out of the Lebanese territory. And this is one of the demands by Hezbollah, that they need to be on the other side of the border and not inside the Lebanese territory.
Receiving the audio here. Yeah.
So viewers, we have this big breaking news where we can see a potential talk happening between Israel and Lebanon on Thursday. There is a confirmation on the part of US State Department. But viewers also understand that Hezbollah earlier opposed the first round of talks between the warring parties, Israel and Lebanon. So it still remains to be seen whether these talks will take place or not. And now viewers, shifting our focus to more news, a desperate search operation is underway currently in southern Lebanon, where rescue teams are combing through the Litani River after a deadly strike hit the Kasmir bridge just before a ceasefire came into effect on 17th of April. Now, several people are feared missing, with families still waiting for answers as divers battle strong currents and heavy debris in the water. Here is a detailed report on it. Take a look.
Search operations are underway beneath the Kasmir Bridge in southern Lebanon after reports of people missing following a pre-ceasefire strike. Lebanese civil defense teams, including divers and medics, are scanning the Litani River, focusing on two men believed to be in a car during the strike. The bridge, a key crossing in the region, was heavily damaged, with large amounts of debris now submerged in the river.
نحن لما لقينا انه المي ضحل كثير وفي تيار بالنهر، وعرفنا بسبب الغارات اللي صارت في كثير شوائب تحت المي من جسور ومن حديد وهيك، فاستعملنا سونار لحتى نمسح الارض. عملنا مسح شامل للارض، تبين عنا في كثير عوائق بقلب المي، بس ما بين عنا هيكل السياره اللي نحن نازلين نفتش عن هيكل السياره او عن شهداء.
Divers say visibility is extremely poor, with strong currents and submerged wreckage, making the search operation difficult.
ما مبين شيء. هو انا حكيت معه 11:48 دقيقة بالضبط، قبل الغارة بدقيقتين او بدقيقة. قلت له ما تطلع الموتوسيكل انه حيكسفوا موتوسيكلات، قال لي ايه بعرف، وبعد شيء الساعة 11:50 دقيقة بالضبط فيش لا ارسال ولا شيء يعني. لحد هلا ما مبين شيء.
Families of the missing say they have been searching for days, holding on to hope even as rescue teams struggle to locate any trace. Despite continuous efforts, no bodies or remains have been recovered so far as teams continue scanning the riverbed. The strike came just before a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, raising fresh concerns over civilian impact in conflict zones. As the search continues, families wait in anguish, hoping for closure, while rescuers race against time in the debris-filled waters of the Litani River.
And now viewers, we are getting another big breaking news, this time from the state of Tamil Nadu, where MK Stalin has now released a video. And he says in the video that during the 2021 assembly elections, some people said that MK Stalin is more dangerous than Karunanidhi. He also says that he can never be compared to Karunanidhi. More than calling him my father, I've always addressed him as a leader. In the video that you can see on your screens, he also goes on to mention that when they say I'm more dangerous than such a leader, of course referring to his father Karunanidhi, he says one thing comes to my mind: I will always be dangerous to those who try to betray Tamil Nadu and hinder the progress of the state. He also added that if I'm considered a step ahead of my leader, I take it as a pride because this spirit runs in the blood of Tamils. I have my colleague Sharda joining us live to get us more details on this. Sharda, we only have a couple of hours left before the silent period sets in, and a high-stakes battle in the state of Tamil Nadu is all set for now. But this video that he releases, he talks about his father, Karunanidhi, of course, a very towering political figure in the Tamil Nadu politics. What does he really say in the video, if you can break this down for us?
Well, MK Stalin posted a video today morning on Twitter explaining that, remembering the 2021 elections, multiple people made their opinion saying that MK Stalin is more dangerous than M. Karunanidhi if he comes to power, denoting to the corruption that the DMK has done under the M. Karunanidhi's time. The people had mentioned that MK Stalin is even more dangerous and might even be a harm for the state of Tamil Nadu. Taking that opinion back from 2021, remembering the comments made by the people at the time, MK Stalin today in his video mentioned that while people constantly tell that if he is more dangerous than his father MK Stalin, that he takes pride in it. He also added that he has never seen M. Karunanidhi, the former party leader and chief minister of Tamil Nadu, as his father, but only as the DMK's leading president, and that he follows his steps as a political leader and not as a father. He also mentioned that MK Stalin is always dangerous for the people who wants to do bad things to Tamil Nadu. Denoting to the BJP today morning, he mentioned that if they want the language implication and also under the delimitation process, if there is any harm made to Tamil Nadu, that he will be dangerous for the BJP is what he's indirectly telling in his speech. As you mentioned, it's just few hours left for the campaigning to the end in the state of Tamil Nadu. After 6 p.m, all political campaigns will be stopped. Meantime, Stalin is going to be campaigning from his constituency, Kolattur, and Udayanidhi is going to end his campaign in Chepauk, where he'll be contesting from.
Right, thank you so much, Sharda. It still remains to be seen whether he'll be able to match Karunanidhi, who was former 5-time chief minister from the state. But thank you so much for getting us all the latest. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to more news. Now, with just 2 days left for polling in the state of West Bengal, political tensions are peaking on the ground. A major clash broke out in Kolkata's Iqbalpur area, where BJP and TMC workers came face-to-face outside a police station. What began as a political protest quickly escalated into a full chaos, with sloganeering, stone pelting and police action as well. We have a ground report. Take a look.
Just 2 days before polling, Bengal's political battle spilled onto the streets. A BJP rally in Iqbalpur turned into a flashpoint as TMC workers confronted them. Tensions escalated rapidly right outside Iqbalpur police station. BJP workers raised slogans, staging a protest outside the police station, while TMC supporters countered with sloganeering, intensifying the face-off. Later, the protest turned aggressive as crowds gathered both outside and inside the police station. Police stepped in, attempting to control the situation, and even a lathi charge was carried out to disperse the mob. Stone pelting was reported and tear gas was used to bring the situation under control. BJP accused TMC of starting the violence, alleging disruption of their rally. With heavy police deployment in place, the situation was brought under control. But with campaigning at its peak and voting just days away, the political temperature in Bengal remains high.
And now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Manipur. Manipur protesters erupt in anger after killing of 5 individuals in rocket attack. Now, security forces on Sunday night used tear gas, smoke bombs and stun grenades to disperse the crowd, to disperse the protesters of the mass Mera torch rally in Kakching in Manipur. Now, the protesters were demanding justice for a 5-year-old boy and his 5-month-old sister killed in a militant attack in Trongloibi, Awang, Lekhai. Now, earlier the Manipur police issued a stern warning on Sunday following a spike in violence during recent public demonstrations, alleging that anti-social elements are hijacking rallies to launch targeted attacks on security personnel. And the Mera Paibi Lup group has now demanded the arrest of the perpetrators by 25th of April. Now, the ongoing 5-day shutdown has essentially paralyzed the entire state, leaving markets closed and commercial vehicles off the roads across major districts. We have a detailed report for you. Let's take a look.
We are suffering for 3 years. Our youth life has lost. हमारा जो यूथ का लाइफ है, हमारा स्टूडेंट का लाइफ है, सब बर्बाद हो चुका है.
Hꯧzik kuki bo mama yumda tasale 문항 불망합니다.
뻥튀기 경로도 요즘 어떤 비비오가 거기 좀 싸니 내가 거기 가는 거예요. 지면 됐다. 누가 알아? 야, 너 좀 저기 봐.
Today's rally it's about the recent incident of killing 2 minors and killing of unarmed civilians in Gelmol, and also yesterday it was attack ambush in Litan also. We condemn that killing also. That's why for peace rally we are marching this towards Khaba meeting.
Here in this protest we are demanding to make justice of the brutal killing of the innocent children and innocent people.
Now viewers, let's turn our focus to the Nashik TCS case. All the accused in the Nashik case has applied for bail, and the Nashik grooming gang scandal is intensifying with every passing day. As more victims step forward with serious allegations, the legal net is tightening around the accused. A key accused, Nida Khan, has been denied interim protection from arrest, even as questions mount over her whereabouts. With multiple arrests taking place in this case, disturbing testimonies and corporate accountability now is under scrutiny. The case is rapidly unfolding into a far bigger controversy. We have a detailed report. Let's take a look.
Few weeks in, grooming gang scandal continues to deepen. As more Hindu victims come forward,
two big developments in the Nashik MNC case happened today, where two different hearings happened at the Nashik Road Court and second at the Nashik Session Court in Nashik itself. The hearing of anticipatory bail filed by Nida Khan, who is on a run at the moment right now. Her counsel demanded an in-camera proceeding, after which an in-camera proceeding happened for 1.5 hours at around 2:30 p.m. today in the Nashik Road Court. After that, it was decided by the court that statements of the victims as well as of the public prosecutor will be recorded, and a final decision will be given on 27th of April. Also, according to the one of the victims' counsel, who had a word with Republic, who was confronted by Republic, actually said that it is possible legally that Nida Khan might be arrested before the judgment of this particular anticipatory bail application hearing.
Today, the court refused to grant interim protection from arrest to Nida Khan, one of the accused. The matter will now be heard on April 27, when both the anticipatory bail plea and the interim relief application will be taken up. When questioned by Republic, her lawyer says he doesn't know about Nida Khan's whereabouts. Two other accused, Raza Rafiq Memon and Shafi Bikhan Sheikh, have been sent to 14-day judicial custody.
सर कुछ कहिएगा आप सर अब तो कुछ कहिए काफी जिन्होंने आरोप आप पे लगे हैं सर कुछ एक स्टेटमेंट देंगे आप शोषण किया है आपने लड़कियों का
The total number of accused in judicial custody is now 8.
Today, Nida Khan's advocate argued the bail application, anticipatory bail application. He thoroughly argued. I remain present on behalf of SIT, and I argued that as a matter is a very serious nature and very sensitive, and it is related to women's जो mental and sexual harassment का है, और many other 9 offences also has been registered against the similar type of जो offences register हुए हैं, and all the offences are under investigation.
Victims' testimonies point to the widening sexual abuse and religious conversion case.
I have asked permission to the Honorable Court that time should be permitted to file our written statement. The Honorable Court has allowed our application. Court has given 7 days time to original victim as well as the prosecution to file their say. And whenever on 27 the written statement of the victim as well as the investigation officer is a file, both the parties should be heard.
So before 27th, is it possible that Nida Khan would be arrested?
Oh, there is a possibility because there is no interim protection given. The police can arrest.
So the medical ground which are given by her counsel, will they be held valid in the court?
See, at this stage, that's what I have asked to the court, that till date we have not received any kind of copy of application filed by them. We have just appeared today. So I am collecting the copy from the Honorable Court. Whatever the document they are filing or they are trying that some आप जो बोल रहे हैं ऐसा, तो हमें तो अभी documents वो मिले नहीं.
More statements reveal charges of obscene remarks, unwanted physical contact, and hurting religious sentiments. TCS asserts its record indicate it had not received any complaint on either its ethics or POSH channels, while clarifying that Nida Khan worked as a process associate and not as an HR official. The question remains, is a cover-up at play even as probe widens?
And now, viewers, a political confrontation has broken out in Entali Assembly constituency in West Bengal. Kolkata has intensified tensions between the TMC, Trinamool Congress, and the BJP following allegations of deliberate disruption during a BJP roadshow. We have a video of that. Take a look.
During a procession led by Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta in support of candidate Priyanka Tibrawal. The BJP characterized it as an attempt by the ruling TMC to obstruct campaigning efforts amid the ongoing high-stakes contest in West Bengal. Despite the blackout, BJP supporters reportedly continued the march using mobile lights. BJP workers described the moment as symbolic, framing it as an example of resilience in the face of alleged political intimidation. Visuals from the incident, widely circulated on social media, show participants advancing through darkened streets, which BJP leaders say has strengthened morale among party workers. The BJP has further claimed that the incident reflects on growing anxiety within the TMC over potential electoral losses.
Taking a short break, coming up, reports suggest that the Iranian cargo ship Tauska, seized by US forces in the Gulf of Oman, is tied to a fleet that frequently sails to China. And Donald Trump says that US naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz will continue until US and Iran reach a deal on the West Asia war.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
viewers, a very, very good morning. We are live and we are breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in here on India's #1 news network, Republic. Now, we know that the ceasefire between Iran and US is due to expire soon, but Iran says it has new cards to play on the battlefield. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first, let's get started. Reports suggest that the Iranian cargo ship Tuska, seized by US forces in the Gulf of Oman, is tied to a fleet that frequently sails to China. Reports suggest Trump says he's ready to return to war as ceasefire deadline expires tomorrow. Trump says that it is highly unlikely that he will renew the 2-week Iran ceasefire he announced on April 7th. President Trump says the U.S. naval blockade on Hormuz will continue until U.S. and Iran reach a deal on the West Asia war. Meanwhile, Iran says deep historical mistrust towards U.S. government, says they will not submit to force. All accused in the Nashik case have filed for bail amid the ongoing probe and proceedings at the Nashik District Court. And massive pre-poll clashes break out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash. Viewers, we start with some breaking news coming in. The Iranian Foreign Ministry has lodged a formal complaint with the UN Secretary General and the International Maritime Organization over the US seizure of the Iranian vessel Tuska yesterday, calling it an illegal and barbarous act that violates international law and the ceasefire agreement. Tehran has warned of very dangerous consequences and demanded that immediate release of the ship, its sailors, crew and their families. A statement shared by IRNA added that the seizure was accompanied by intimidation and the sailors of the crew on the ship and their families. So US has intercepted an Iranian ship entering the Gulf as part of its naval blockade. And this has been said by President Trump himself. So Trump had written earlier on Truth Social, the ship was seized by the US Navy after failing to respond to a warning to stop. Iran said it was a violation of the ceasefire and it would retaliate soon for an act of armed piracy. In the meanwhile, we see that Iran is going to launch a formal complaint with the UN Secretary General. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us from our Delhi newsroom. A very good morning to you, Hina, here on Republic. You know, we are tracking this development so closely because the ceasefire will be expiring tomorrow. However, we see a rise in tensions. Take us through the latest coming in.
Right, Shivangi. So the latest update that we're getting in this is that the Iranian Foreign Ministry has lodged a formal complaint with the United Nations Secretary General saying that what US did yesterday by hitting, intercepting the Iranian flagged vessel goes by the name Tuska. It was an illegal, barbaric and coward attack. This was a statement by Iranian Foreign Ministry talking about how it is in fact taking an action, lodging a complaint with the UN Secretary General. Now, Shivangi would also like to aware our viewers regarding a big update that we got in the morning where reports suggested that this particular ship that was hit by United States in the Arabian Sea, when it was in fact transiting the northern Arabian Sea and was going towards an Iranian port, it was in fact heading from China towards Iranian port. And what it carried was also something that we told our viewers in the morning. It carried dual-use equipment, which had sort of a material which deemed fit for any sort of a military application. This was a ship that intercepted yesterday. We got the videos also, which we played out, showing that how the United States naval destroyer, USS Provence, intercepted this Iranian-flagged vessel, goes by the name Tauska. It was hit, and after that, with the help of helicopters, the US naval forces, in fact, boarded the deck of the Iranian vessel and seized the ship. In the latest statement that we are getting, Iranian Foreign Ministry also said that an intimidation act was done towards the sailors of the ship, crew members, and towards their family. It has also been requested by the Iranian side that on an immediate basis, all the sailors should be released, their families should be released. Right now, Iran is claiming that these people have been taken hostage by the United States, and it's calling the UN to take an action against US and release these family members, crew members on an immediate basis. Shivani.
Right. And, Hina, before I let you go, of course, we'll have a talk a little bit more about what's happening when it comes to the peace talks. Now, of course, everybody wants that the ceasefire should continue. However, it's ending tomorrow. There's still no clarity about the second round of talks. So how does this incident really affect the peace talks that the world is hoping for?
Yesterday what happened, in fact it happened on 19th of April during the evening time when the ship intercepted the Iranian flagged vessel. And right after that, everybody was talking about that there is an escalation on the side of United States, and after that we can see the peace talks derailing in Islamabad. But in the morning we also saw reports how Mujtaba Khamenei has green flagged the talks which will happen in Islamabad. Now remember, we have been listening to negative statements coming from the Iranian side that the talks will not happen. There is a deep historical mistrust between the warring nation, United States and Iran. But now we have reports emerging that Mujtaba Khamenei has in fact green-lighted the talks. We also have statements coming in from Iranian side, different reports citing that the talks will happen in Islamabad. But it still remains to be seen because we do not have any sort of a movement taking place from the Iranian side, even as we know that the US delegation will arrive in Islamabad today, that is on Tuesday. Remember, Shivangi, a very important day today as well, as all eyes will be on Islamabad. The ceasefire deadline is looming, is inching closer. It is on 22nd of April. So after that, we have also seen Trump warning that the war will resume after the deadline is over if the Iranian side do not come on the negotiating table and seize a deal. Shivangi.
All right. Well, thank you so much for getting those details, Hida. I'll be coming back to our colleagues for more as we track this story very closely. Now, the Strait of Hormuz crisis escalates once again as Arnab highlights how the route reopened briefly, only to be shut within 24 hours by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps after firing at vessels including Indian tankers. He questions whether any real de-escalation is possible amid deep mistrust between Iran and the US. Let's listen in to that as our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami explains more on the evolving situation that we are seeing.
Shut again. The strait opened briefly on April 18th, but within 24 hours, it was curtains as the IRGC fired shots at vessels, including 2 Indian tankers, to force it shut. The reason, ladies and gentlemen, was that while the Iranians lifted the choke, the Americans continued their blockade. So the Americans were not playing fair. And this seems to have strengthened the hands of the hardliners in Tehran. If Arakchi and Galibaf were trying to accommodate Trump, the very erratic Trump, the IRGC has made sure they are not taken for a ride this time. Trust is the rarest commodity in Hormuz tonight, rarer than oil. And amidst all of this, the Pakistani bluff has been called. It is not difficult to see why the Iranians would not trust Asif Munir. He has been publicly called his favorite field marshal by Trump. That's not bankable praise. It is a certificate of mistrust. If Munir is a stooge of Trump, and Trump is treating him like a stooge, then any possibility of Islamabad being the place for the second round of talks gets ruled out. The Pakistanis, it seems, are desperate to curry favors with the Americans and want to engineer an off-ramp for Trump, only that Tehran sees through it clearly. So there is no off-ramp. Trump is not getting an exit. The war is not over. Trump thought it would be a 2-3 day affair. It's been 50+ days. Trump thought he could carry out a regime change. But if the regime continues, if he thought there would be revolt on the streets, that has not happened. The Iranians are standing by their government. Yes, Iran has faced massive destruction, but that was never in doubt. With the American war machine, Iran never claimed to be a match. But if you look at the asymmetric warfare that Iran has waged, it is clear that it is the Americans who want a way out more than the Iranians. The Americans are clearly seeking a ramp off in a way that Iran has nothing left to choose. They have civilizational pride, which they would guard with their civilizational memory. The push for a second round of talks is making America look very weak. Yesterday, we had Trump deny the talks, then say that a team of officials will travel to Islamabad, then add the names of Witkoff and Kushner to that team, and then go on to clear J.D. Vance's team to lead the delegation, all within a couple of hours. This is desperation breaking out of the White House. This is the weakest moment for Trump. And also for the Pakistanis. As usual, the Pakistanis claimed more than they could. They rolled out the red carpet, they locked the red zone in Islamabad, only to realize it is game up with the Iranians. If you read the statements coming in from Iran, it is clear that the negotiation process led by Rawalpindi does not enjoy the trust of the Iranians anymore. The Iranians are not in any mood to compromise. The question is, are we looking at escalation from Wednesday morning, given that the Iranians are in no mood to compromise on Trump's terms? And if Trump has said that if Iranians do not sign on his dotted line, then he won't be the Mr. Nice Guy anymore, that he will resume bombings. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the given situation, is it going to get worse from Wednesday? Or is there going to be another taco moment? Because as we know, Trump always chickens out. Always, at the very last minute. Will he do so again?
The U.S. Department of State confirms that America will host a second round of talks between Lebanon and Israel on Thursday as the two countries push on with direct negotiations amid regional tensions. So what we see right now, Israel and Lebanon are pushing for peace amid regional tensions. This is a big update we're getting for you here, Republic TV. And this is coming in the backdrop of the escalating tensions that we have been seeing. So the U.S. Department of State confirms America will host the second round of talks between Lebanon and Israel. Israel and Lebanon have been striking each other recently. So even as we see the escalation between Iran and U.S., in the sideline, we see that Lebanon and Israel have been striking each other. We have been reporting on over the past few weeks how the strikes in Lebanon and Israel have escalated, with both the nations going ahead and striking each other. Okay, so let's go back to my colleague Hina. Hina, as we're still waiting for more confirmation on peace talks between U.S. and Iran, it looks like the U.S. Department of State wants peace between Lebanon and Israel, because that's something that's been going on the side for a while too. Yes, Hina.
Right, Shivangi. It has been going on for at least quite some time now. We remember that about 6 weeks of fighting was going on between Israel and Hezbollah on that part of the world. But we know that after the 6 weeks of fighting, there was a historic breakthrough where after over 30 years, we saw Lebanese and Israeli sides ambassador level talks happening in Washington. And after that, we have a big breakthrough today as well in the morning when we are getting the reports that the second round of talks between both the parties, Israeli side and the Lebanese side, the ambassador level talks will happen on Thursday. This is a confirmation that we have received from U.S. State Department. Now remember, Shivangi, it was a 10-day ceasefire that was announced on 17th of April. So essentially it is going to end on 26th of April, a couple of days from now. So when that ceasefire ends, what's going to happen? So because of that, the second round of talks are taking place so that Hezbollah's demands can also be looked into by the Israeli side. Remember, Hezbollah has been demanding that the Israeli operations that are being carrying out in the Lebanese territory, it needs to be shut down, ended completely. This is a demand by Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy. And we have Iran's statement also coming in this morning that all cars on the battlefield are there. So of course, it is insinuating towards the proxies located in the Gulf region and around the world. That is the reason it becomes essential that before the ceasefire deadline ends on 26th of April, there is another round of talks. It should happen. Essentially, we also must remember that it is the civilians of Lebanon which are bearing the brunt of this war. We have already seen how more than 2,000 individuals, civilians, have lost their lives. It is as per the Lebanese Health Ministry. So a massive destruction, not only to the infrastructure, but humanitarian toll. The the loss of lives in Lebanon is also rising by the day. We have also seen how Israel has decided on a yellow line in Lebanese territory, saying that nobody should cross that. We are seeing pictures emerging from Lebanon from the ground, showing how people from the northern side are crossing the Litani River and going to the southern suburbs to rehabilitate themselves. So it still remains to be seen that who all will be participating apart from the ambassadors, because we do not have much reports emerging on this as who all will be participating. But remember, the first round of talks, we saw that US State Secretary Marco Rubio was there, and a historic 10-day ceasefire was achieved, a halt in the destruction and the loss of civilian lives which took place. So a glimmer of hope is what we saw, but still remains to be seen that what will be the outcome of the second round of talks.
All right, well, thank you, Hina, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to our colleagues for more as we track this story very closely. Let's move ahead, viewers. A desperate search operation is underway in southern Lebanon, where rescue teams are combing through the Litani River after a deadly strike hit the Qasmiya Bridge just before a ceasefire came into effect. Many people are feared missing, with families still waiting for answers as divers battle strong currents and heavy debris in the water. Here's a full report.
Search operations are underway beneath the Qasmiya Bridge in southern Lebanon after reports of people missing following a pre-ceasefire strike. Lebanese civil defense teams, including divers and medics, are scanning the Litani River, focusing on two men believed to be in a car during the strike. The bridge, a key crossing in the region, was heavily damaged, with large amounts of debris now submerged in the river.
نحن لما لقينا انه المي ضحل كثير وفي تيار بالنهر، وعرفنا بسبب الغارات اللي صارت في كثير شوائب تحت المي من الجسور ومن حديد وهيك، فاستعملنا سونار لحتى نمسح الارض. عملنا مسح شامل للارض، تبين عنا في كثير عوائق بقلب المي، بس ما بين عنا هيكل السياره اللي نحن نازلين نفتش عن هيكل السياره او عن شهداء.
Divers say visibility is extremely poor, with strong currents and submerged wreckage, making the search operation difficult.
ما مبين شيء. هو انا حكيت معه 11:48 دقيقة بالضبط، قبل الغارة بدقيقتين او بدقيقة. قلت له ما تطلع الموتوسيكل انه حيكسفوا موتوسيكلات، قال لي ايه بعرف، وبعد شيء الساعة 11:50 دقيقة بالضبط فيش لا ارسال ولا شيء يعني. لحد هلا ما مبين شيء.
Families of the missing say they have been searching for days, holding on to hope even as rescue teams struggle to locate any trace. Despite continuous efforts, no bodies or remains have been recovered so far as teams continue scanning the riverbed. The strike came just before a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, raising fresh concerns over civilian impact in conflict zones. As the search continues, families wait in anguish, hoping for closure, while rescuers race against time in the debris-filled waters of the Litani River.
We're getting some reports coming in. Iran has approved participation in a fresh round of talks with the US as the ceasefire is coming to an end. So Iran has approved participation in a fresh round of high-stakes talks with the US scheduled on Wednesday in Islamabad, according to reports signaling a potential breakthrough in efforts to end the ongoing conflict. Now, the report said Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khomeini, has now given the green light for the negotiation and the team to travel following days of uncertainty over Tehran's position. Now, Vice President of US, J.D. Vance, is expected to depart for Islamabad by Tuesday morning for the negotiations, accompanied by senior officials, including Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and advisor Jared Kushner. Now, mediators from Pakistan, Egypt and Turkey had been urging Iran to attend, while the White House waited for confirmation that its counterpart would join the discussion. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and Iran has approved the participation in a fresh round of high-stakes talks with the US scheduled for Wednesday in Islamabad, according to reports, and that means there could be a breakthrough. However, this is a breaking news we're tracking, as it's very likely that Islamabad will be hosting the second round of ceasefire negotiations. Coming in the backdrop of multiple tensions that we are seeing. Remember that Iran had already said it is it has new cards if fighting resumes, as peace talks were hanging in the balance. However, it's very likely the peace talks will be happening very soon.
श्री संजीत तमांग जी, पालदेन तमांग जी, बुद्धिमन राय जी, श्री सुजेंद्र राय जी, रोशनगिरी जी, नरबू लामा जी, श्रीमती आशा गुरुंग जी, श्रीमती शशि डोमा बुटिया जी, श्रीमती रोमा छेत्री घिसिंग जी, और आज जिनको जिताने की अपील करने आया हूं, हमारे दार्जिलिंग के प्रत्याशी श्री नोमान राय जी, आगे आओ नोमान जी। कार्शियांग के श्री सोनम लामा जी, आगे आओ भाई। और आज इस विशाल जनसभा में आए हुए प्यारे भाइयों, बहनों, माताओं और मेरे जिगर के टुकड़े जैसे गोरखा युवाओं, आप सभी को मेरा राम राम नमस्कार। भाइयों बहनों, मैं दार्जिलिंग में आना चाहता था, मगर दार्जिलिंग में आ नहीं पाया। हेलीकॉप्टर को उड़ने की परमिशन नहीं थी। उस वक्त हवामान ठीक नहीं था। तब मैंने वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस पर कहा था, मैं 21 तारीख को जरूर आऊंगा और आप सबके मिलकर ही मैं दिल्ली वापस जाऊंगा। और आज मैं आप सबको मिलने के लिए आया हूं। बाकी सारी बातें तो मैं बाद में करूंगा, मगर पूरे बंगाल में घूमता आज अंतिम दिन पहाड़ पर आया हूं। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, इस बार बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है। हम पर जुर्म ढाने वाली दीदी को, ममता दीदी को टाटा बाय बाय कहने का टाइम हो गया है भाई। और मैं आज ढेर सारी उत्तर बंग, दार्जिलिंग और सिलीगुड़ी के लिए बात करूंगा, मगर सबसे पहले एक बात करने आया हूं कि बंगाल की सरकार भाजपा की बनते ही 6 माह में हर गोरखा के मुंह पर संतोष वाली हंसी हो, ऐसा समाधान हम निकाल लेंगे। कांग्रेस, टीएमसी, ये सब ने दार्जिलिंग के साथ भी अन्याय किया है और मेरे देशभक्त गोरखा भाइयों के साथ भी अन्याय किया है। मैं 9 साल से यहां आता हूं। मैं आज आपको वादा कर जाता हूं, कमल फूल की सरकार बनते ही 6 माह के अंदर 10 को जूनी, 10 को पुरानी गोरखा समस्या का गोरखाओं के हिसाब से समाधान कर जाएंगे। और भाइयों बहनों, हम आपको भी समझते हैं और आपकी समस्या को भी समझते हैं, और इसलिए भाजपा के अलावे गोरखा समस्या का समाधान कोई कर नहीं सकता। भाइयों बहनों, चुनाव पूरे बंगाल को टीएमसी के जुर्म से मुक्त करने का चुनाव, और एक प्रकार से उत्तर बंग और दार्जिलिंग को बरसों से हो रहे अन्याय से मुक्ति पाने का चुनाव। आप एक बार भाजपा सरकार बना दीजिए उत्तर बंग वालों। 3 चुनाव से दार्जिलिंग तो कमल के फूल पर वोट कर ही रहा है, मगर बाकी के बंगाल से इतना समर्थन नहीं मिलता था। इस बार पूरा बंगाल तय कर बैठा है कि दीदी को निकालने का टाइम आ गया है, आ गया। दार्जिलिंग और उत्तर बंग को जो अन्याय हो रहा है, वो अन्याय का सारा समाधान भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। ये चुनाव जो है, ये हमारे 2 एमएलए को प्रत्याशी को एमएलए बनाने का नहीं है। ये चुनाव दार्जिलिंग की पहाड़ियों से लेकर गंगा सागर तक और गंगा सागर से लेकर बंगाल के कैपिटल कोलकाता तक हमारी माताओं बहनों को सुरक्षित करने का चुनाव। भाइयों बहनों, ममता के राज में ढेर सारी माताओं बहनों पर अत्याचार हुआ। संदेश खाली की घटनाओं ने पूरे बंगाल को शर्मसार किया है और मैं आज बताना चाहता हूं कि माटीगढ़ा की वो निर्दोष बालिका हो, बागडोगरा के पास चाय बागान में आदिवासी महिला के साथ उत्पीड़न हुआ हो, दुर्गापुर मेडिकल कॉलेज का बलात्कार, साउथ कलकत्ता लॉ कॉलेज का बलात्कार, आरजी कार मेडिकल कॉलेज का बलात्कार, हर बलात्कारी को चून चून कर जेल की सलाखों के पीछे डालने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, मैं जब यहां आया हूं तब जनजाति विकास के लिए, आदिवासियों के लिए, पहाड़ के लिए और उत्तर बंग के लिए सबके मिलाकर ममता सरकार का बजट है 2000 करोड़, सिर्फ 2000 करोड़। जोर से बोलिए तो कितना है भाई? और जोर से बोलो कितना है? और मुसलमान और मदरसा के लिए ममता सरकार का बजट है 5800 करोड़ रुपया। एक और पूरा पहाड़, सभी गोरखा, सभी ट्राइबल, पूरा उत्तर बंग 2000 करोड़ रुपया और मुसलमानों के लिए 5800 करोड़ रुपया। भाइयों बहनों, ये अन्याय अब लंबा चलने वाला नहीं है। मैं बाद में आपको बताता हूं उत्तर बंग और दार्जिलिंग के लिए हम क्या क्या करने वाला है, मगर गोरखाओं का एक महान इतिहास रहा है। ये ममता दीदी ने गोरखाओं के इतिहास को छिन्न विच्छिन्न करने का प्रयास किया। पहले सीपीएम, कांग्रेस, ममता, अब समय आ गया है गोरखाओं को अन्याय समाप्त करने का समय अब शुरू हो रहा है। भाई बहन, चाहे हेलेन लेप्चा हो, जंगबीर साबकोट हो या हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली के सदस्य, दोनों गोरखा महानुभाव अली बहादुर गुरुंग जी और दमबार सिंह जी, ये किसी को इन्होंने न्याय नहीं किया है। भाइयों बहनों, आज मैं आपको कहकर जाता हूं कि सुभाष घिसिंग को अन्याय करने वाले कांग्रेस, कम्युनिस्ट और ममता, तीनों को आज दार्जिलिंग ने हिसाब किताब करना है। भाइयों बहनों, हमारी पहाड़ियों को खून से रंगने का इन्होंने काम किया है, मगर मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, भाजपा सरकार बनते ही इस सभी अन्याय का अंत लाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम करेंगे। गोरखा समस्या के समाधान के लिए मैंने गृह मंत्री बनने के बाद 6 साल में 3 बार मीटिंगें बुलाई, एक भी बार ममता का प्रतिनिधि नहीं आया। और ममता दीदी, हम गोरखाओं को न्याय दिलाने के लिए, गोरखा समस्या के समाधान के लिए आप पर निर्भर नहीं है। आप दिल्ली नहीं आती हो, हमने इंटरलॉक्यूलेटर रखकर यहां भेजने का काम किया है। इंटरलॉक्यूलेटर ये सभी गोरखा संगठनों को मिलता है, बंगाल सरकार के अधिकारियों को मिलता है। एक रिपोर्ट तैयार कर रखेंगे और जैसे ही भाजपा की सरकार बनेगी, सभी गोरखाओं के मन में जो है वो ही समाधान हम देने का काम करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, हमने चाय उद्योग के लिए ढेर सारे काम किए, पूरा प्लानिंग कर रखा। इस चाय बागानों को हम बेचने नहीं देंगे, उनको पुनः पल्लवित करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार करेगी। गोरखा भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ, ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए को निकालना चाहिए या नहीं निकालना चाहिए? रोहिंग्या को निकालना चाहिए या नहीं निकालना चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, घुसपैठिए को निकालना चाहिए या नहीं निकालना चाहिए? ये SIR की प्रक्रिया में ममता दीदी ने, कलेक्टर ने कुछ गोरखाओं के भी नाम काटे हैं। कोई बात नहीं, सीटें हमारी ही आने वाली है। चुनाव समाप्त होते ही चुन कर हर गोरखा को वापिस मतदाता सूची में डालने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, ये GTA जो घोटाले करे हैं, उसको भी हम जांच करेंगे। उत्तर बंग में हमने 9 में से 3 ट्रेन वंदे भारत ट्रेन उत्तर बंग से चलाई है। सेवक रैंगपो रेल लाइन 12,000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट समाप्ति पर है। NJP रेलवे स्टेशन का विकास हो रहा है और यहां से लेकर सिलीगुड़ी से लेकर वाराणसी तक बुलेट ट्रेन में मेरे गोरखा भाइयों को काशी विश्वनाथ तक पहुंचाने का भी हम इंतजाम करेंगे। हमने 717A हाईवे जो डुआर से बागराकोट, कलिपोंग से सिक्किम को जोड़ने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार करने वाली है और दार्जिलिंग के लिए एक अलग ऑल्टरनेटिव हाईवे बनाने का काम भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है। भाइयों बहनों, बागडोगरा एयरपोर्ट 3,000 करोड़ से नया बन रहा है और 2027 दिसंबर के पहले बागडोगरा एयरपोर्ट भारत का 7वें नंबर का बड़ा एयरपोर्ट बन जाए, इस प्रकार से हम काम को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। भाइयों बहनों, हमने खरसांग ईस्टर्न फॉरेस्ट रेंजर्स कॉलेज को IIFM को देकर पूरे भारत का फॉरेस्ट का रिसर्च सेंटर बनाने का काम हम यहां पर करने वाले हैं। यहां फॉरेस्ट से जुड़े हुए सारे MBA के कोर्स भी हम उपलब्ध कराएंगे। और भाइयों बहनों, मैं उत्तर बंग की भी बात करना चाहता हूं। दार्जिलिंग से लेकर सुंदरबन तक एक नया राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग, नेशनल हाईवे भारतीय जनता पार्टी बनाने वाली है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी मुझे बताओ गोरखा भाइयों बहनों, उत्तर बंग में एम्स होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? भाजपा सरकार बनते ही उत्तर बंगाल में एक अलग एम्स बनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। एक 500 बेड का समर्पित कैंसर अस्पताल हम उत्तर बंगाल में बनाएंगे। उत्तर बंगाल में IIT, IIM स्थापित करने का काम करेंगे और एक स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी, गोरखा युवाओं के लिए स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी भी उत्तर बंगाल में बनाने का काम करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, एक ट्राइबल यूनिवर्सिटी भी बनने जा रही है। दार्जिलिंग को हम प्रमुख इको एडवेंचर और हेरिटेज टूरिज्म का एक प्रमुख केंद्र भारत का बनाने वाले हैं। हम एक एक घुसपैठिए को उत्तर बंग से चुन चुन कर निकालने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, उत्तर बंगाल में 4 नए इंडस्ट्रियल टाउन बनाने का हम काम करेंगे और सारे सरकारी कर्मचारियों को 45 दिन में 7th पे कमीशन का फायदा देने का काम भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, पहाड़ समेत पूरे बंगाल की माताओं बहनों को हर महीने 1 से 5 तारीख में 3,000 रुपया इनके बैंक अकाउंट में जमा करा देंगे। जो बेरोजगार युवा है, उनको जब तक रोजगारी नहीं मिलती है, बेरोजगार युवाओं को भी 3,000 रुपया उनके बैंक अकाउंट में डालने का काम करेंगे। चाय बागान के अंदर स्कूल बनाना, चाय बागान के श्रमिकों को अपने भूमि का मालिक बनाना, घर का पट्टा देना और चाय बागान का मजदूरी का मूल्य 2 साल में 500 रुपये से ज्यादा करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। सारी बहनों को 33% आरक्षण देंगे और दीदी लोग आए हैं, गोरखा बहनें आई हैं। 5 तारीख से किसी को बस में टिकट लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, आपका पर्यटन फ्री हो जाएगा। 5 लाख तक का सबका इलाज आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत हम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट करेंगे। विधवाओं, वरिष्ठ नागरिक और दिव्यांग जन को 2,000 रुपया हर महीने करेंगे और जूट मिलों को भी हम सजीवन करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। और भाइयों बहनों, सबसे बड़ी बात है, सिंडिकेट परेशान कर रही है या नहीं कर रही है, जरा बताओ तो भाई। ममता के गुंडों का त्रास है या नहीं है? अरे जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है? है ना? आप चिंता मत करो, सारे गुंडे कान खोलकर सुन ले। 5 तारीख के बाद किसी भी नागरिक को परेशान किया तो उल्टा लटका कर सीधा करने का काम। और भाइयों बहनों, 23 तारीख को डरना मत। और मैं ममता के गुंडों को भी कहना चाहता हूं, अगर अपनी खैर मनानी है तो 23 तारीख को पहाड़ वालों को हाथ मत लगाना, वरना 4 तारीख के बाद जेल की सलाखों के पीछे होंगे। जेल की सलाख। भाइयों बहनों, ये ममता दीदी एक अफवाह फैला रही है कि अभी जो जन कल्याण की योजनाएं चली है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी बंद कर दी। मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, एक भी जन कल्याण की योजना बंद नहीं होगी। इसके साथ साथ ये सारी योजना लागू करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी, एक भी योजना बंद। और भाइयों बहनों, अंतिम बात, हमारे गोरखा भाइयों पर सैकड़ों हजारों गलत केस करे हैं। आप मेरे पर भरोसा करना, 4 मई को परिणाम आएगा, 5 मई को सरकार बनेगी, 31 जुलाई के पहले सारे गोरखा भाइयों पर से सभी केस बंगाल सरकार वापिस ले लेगी। सभी पर केस कर गोरखा आंदोलन को दबाया है। ये सारे केस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार विड्रॉ करेगी और आपको आंदोलन न करना पड़े, ऐसा समाधान भी हम लेकर आएंगे। समाधान भी। मुझे बताओ भाइयों बहनों, पहाड़ की 3 सीटें और तराई में जहां जहां मेरा गोरखा भाई बहन वोटर है, कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे क्या? अरे ऐसे नहीं, ममता को सुनाई पड़ना चाहिए। दबाएंगे क्या? भरत छेत्री जी भी यहां पर आए नहीं है, मगर हमारे कली पोंग के कैंडिडेट है। भरत छेत्री को भी जिताना है। जोर से ताली बजाइए जरा। भाइयों बहनों, हर गोरखा भाई बहन इस बार हम पर अन्याय करने वालों के खिलाफ नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनाने के लिए कटिबद्ध हो जाए। 5 साल पुरानी गोरखा समस्या का समाधान केवल और केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर सकती है और कोई। मुझे बताओ भाइयों बहनों, सभी जगह कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, दबाएंगे। भाजपा सरकार बनाएंगे। पहाड़ को दीदी के आतंक से मुक्त कराएंगे। बंगाल को घुसपैठिया मुक्त कराएंगे। तो मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ उठाइए जरा, उठाइए दोनों हाथ और विजय के संकल्प की मुट्ठी भींचे और प्रचंड आवाज से बोलिए, भारत माता की वंदे वंदे वंदे। फिर से एक बार दार्जिलिंग न आ पाने के लिए आप सभी की क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं और 5 तारीख के बाद गोरखा समस्या के समाधान के बाद फिर से एक बार आप सभी को मिलने के लिए दार्जिलिंग आऊंगा, ये वादा कर जाता हूं। धन्यवाद।
And so viewers, there you had Amit Shah addressing a huge rally in Darjeeling in West Bengal. as 2 days are left only for the first phase of polling in West Bengal on 23rd of April. Remember, the silent period will start today evening, and only after 2 days we'll see people voting for the new government in Bengal. And now Amit Shah addressing a rally and talking about several issues being faced by the people of Darjeeling. He has in fact given out many promises to the youth belonging to the Gorkha community. He has said that Mamata Banerjee government snatched the rights of Gorkhas, the voting rights, and once the BJP comes back in power, it will ensure that Gorkhas are given their voting rights. Also spoke about Gorkhas' problems, saying that the resolutions of all the problems of the Gorkha community will be provided by the BJP government. Also promised an AIMS institution in Nadu and Bengal. And now viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in, where on the eve of the first anniversary of the heinous Pahalgam attack, the Indian Army has recalled Operation Sindoor and warned that the terrorists in fact against crossing boundaries. The Indian Army in a tweet said that when boundaries are crossed, boundaries of humanity are crossed, the response is decisive. It also added that justice is served, India stands united. This was a post made by the Indian Army, where it also added that some boundaries should never be crossed. India does not forget. Remember, this comes as a warning by the Indian Army to Pakistan. We have on 22nd of April, the 1-year anniversary of the Pahalgam attack, the brutal, heinous attack which led to the killing of 26 tourists in the tourist spot of Pahalgam. After that, we saw multiple operations being launched by Indian Army, Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev, in which various terrorist infrastructure located in Pakistan were destroyed. Also led to the killing of 3 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists. And now viewers, with just 2 days left for polling in the poll-bound state of West Bengal, political tensions are now peaking on the ground. A major clash broke out in Kolkata's Iqbalpur area, where BJP and TMC workers came face-to-face outside a police station. What began as a political protest quickly escalated into chaos, with sloganeering, stone pelting and police action. We have a detailed ground report. Take a look.
Just 2 days before polling, Bengal's political battle spilled onto the streets. A BJP rally in Iqbalpur turned into a flashpoint as TMC workers confronted them. Tensions escalated rapidly right outside Iqbalpur police station. BJP workers raised slogans, staging a protest outside the police station, while TMC supporters countered with sloganeering, intensifying the face-off. Later, the protest turned aggressive as crowds gathered both outside and inside the police station. Police stepped in, attempting to control the situation, and even a lathi charge was carried out to disperse the mob. Stone pelting was reported and tear gas was used to bring the situation under control. BJP accused TMC of starting the violence, alleging disruption of their rally. With heavy police deployment in place, the situation was brought under control. But with campaigning at its peak and voting just days away, the political temperature in Bengal remains high.
And our viewers will get you more news updates from across the world, but slipping into a short break for now. All accused in Nashik case have filed for bail amid the ongoing probe and proceedings at the Nashik District Court. And massive pre-poll clashes break out in West Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash in Iqbalpur.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense.
And now viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in from West Bengal, where former cricketer Yusuf Pathan's father-in-law, brother-in-law and a relative were arrested by Baikula police in connection with an assault case and were sent to jail. Now what really happened? The incident occurred around 9 p.m. on Saturday night when a local resident, about 30 years of age, Yusuf Khan, was returning home. His car passed a water-filled pothole, splashing water onto Shoaib Khan, a relative of Yusuf Pathan. According to Yusuf Khan, he immediately stopped and apologized, but the situation quickly escalated into a physical altercation. It has also been alleged that Shoaib Khan abused him, broke his car window with a bamboo stick and assaulted him. So this is a big news that we are getting, where family members of Yusuf Pathan, who is a Congress MP, now have been arrested. And we have in fact reports emerging how the family members misbehaved. TMC MP, I apologize, TMC MP Yusuf Pathan's kin were arrested, in fact, by the police after the family members allegedly assaulted a man who was in fact on his bike and was passing through. When hitting a pothole, he accidentally splashed water on the members. So viewers, a big breaking news where TMC MP Yusuf Pathan's family members have been arrested in this case. Clearly seems like a case where people are drunk with power. And I have my colleague Meenakshi joining us live to get us more details. Meenakshi, a clear abuse of power been seen here, as the man we are hearing apologized as well after this incident. But of course he was beaten up and the police have now arrested the individuals.
As you have rightly mentioned, according to police, the father-in-law, former cricketer and Trinamool Congress MP, was arrested on Monday along with his son and another relative. The three accused are alleged to have attacked a man and his family members in Mumbai Baikula area. You can see the visuals also how it damaged and officials from Baikula police station said the three individuals, including the father-in-law, have been taken into custody, and while a search is underway for a fourth accused, the case has been registered under section 118 and 115, 324, 352 and 351 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. As per the police report, the incident occurred on Saturday night. As you can see the visuals on Saturday night around 9 p.m. when a local Yusuf Pathan, who is 30 years old, was returning home. Water from a pathol allegedly splashed onto another individual identified as Shoaib Khan, 35 years old, and after Yusuf's vehicle passed through it, now Yusuf Khan told police that he immediately stopped his car and apologized for the incident. However, that Shoaib allegedly began abusing him verbally and damaged the car's windshield using a bamboo stick before physically assaulted him, causing injuries. And after reaching home, Yusuf Khan's family advised him to lodge a complaint with the police. So while heading towards the police station, Yusuf Khan encountered Khalid Khan, and who is also known as...
Thank you so much, Meenakshi. Meenakshi, thank you so much for getting us all of these details. Now, viewers, we are running short of time, taking a quick short break, but don't go anywhere. We have more lined up for you. MNM leader Kamal Hassan states that Vijay is scared of the elections and that's why he is contesting from 2 constituencies.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy.
MNM leader Kamal Hassan states that Vijay is scared of the elections and that's why he is contesting from 2 constituencies.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's.
एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। ने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। पति को मार दिया। नहीं, बेटा शांत रहो। लो।
22nd April 2025, a day that shook the nation, sent shockwaves. 26 innocent civilians murdered in broad daylight. The nation wanted just one thing, it waited for just one thing, and that was revenge. The answer to the enemy like never before. Operation Sindoor in May was the dance of fury and destruction. It was the Tandav.
आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है।
सिर है मेरी दर्द चीर के निकल चुका, मौका मिले तो करूं मैं ये दोबारा। जुनून के आग में उबलती मेरी कोशिशों को चाहिए ना कोई और सहारा।
An Operation Mahadev that culminated this entire operation, this entire pursuit of revenge. Took place here where I'm reporting from. It was the ultimate answer that the enemy could never forget. The message sent out was clear that no one will be spared, and no one was spared thanks to our forces. Today, we are going to tell you the real story of Operation Mahadev. Hear it from the heroes themselves. We have Team Mahadev with us, the troops on ground and the commanders here with me. First time on television, here we bring you this story. Sir, this operation is something that we have information about, but I would like to hear from you. What was the first step of action? What was the first reaction of our forces when Pahalgam happened?
So Pahalgam bicycle attack was a brutal assault on our innocent civilians. So the first thing which came to our mind was that we need to ascertain the facts, assess the situation, and then devise a response mechanism so that we can neutralize the perpetrators of this heinous attack. So that is how we planned it and executed it in the later time frame.
Yes.
So that was our first action.
Yes. And before we go into the details, I want to know from you that what was the idea behind the naming of this operation?
So these operations, wherever we in Indian Army, whenever we plan an operation, it is named after that particular location. Like if there is a village X and an operation takes place in village X, it will be known as Operation X. Subsequently, this operation took place in Mahadev Ridge. So this operation was named after that ridge, which is Mahadev Ridge.
And if you could just tell us about this entire terrain, sir, because this is the Mahadev range which is surrounding us right now. The challenges surrounding this entire area, the terrain, and if you can just give us a broad view and whatever you can reveal about the demography here.
Okay, so as you can see from the scenes that the terrain is as such very harsh. It could be first stage and second stage high altitude. In operations like this, generally we encounter harsh terrain, and adding to the challenges, the weather, if it gets adverse, then the challenges increase. However, being deployed here for a long period of time and executing multiple operations, our troops are trained to operate in such harsh weather conditions as well as terrain. So it is part of our training as well, and we keep on rehearsing our drills in such kind of terrain. So that's how we could able to execute these operations so meticulously.
The fact that this attack happened in April, and then there was a long-drawn hunt. So, as we talked about the first step of action, if you could just detail what you can reveal as far as identification of these perpetrators is concerned.
The operation that happened, it happened after the attack, approximately 90 days post the attack. That duration that took, that 90 days, took us to confirm the identity of the attackers. From various sources, all the agencies gathered together to gather int. Then that all int that was gathered and corroborated at one place. Then once we got sure about that, every int agency is giving us the inputs of the same place, of the same people. And that's how it took us 90 days. And from that agencies and inputs that we have gathered, we launched the operation. And the time the operation started, it took around a month for the operation to actually culminate.
So, how, if I want to understand from you, sir, how was the first movement detected? And if you can just tell us the broad time frame when the movement was detected.
So, basically in the first week of July, since all the agencies, we had a layered intelligence build-up, which consists of all sister agencies and the forces. So, we got all the inputs, then we correlated it, and finally, around 5th of July was the first day when we got input of the individuals or the terrorists being present in our AOR. And that is how, post 5th July, we started our cordon and search, surveillance and area dominations aggressively. So that was how we started it.
And if you could just tell us the kind of local support system you had as far as, tracking these perpetrators down, the methods, whatever can be, revealed, the human factor, and also technology.
So, in these operations, during the planning stage itself, after such kind of operations take place after corroborating the inputs from multiple agencies. So CAPF, JNK Police, Army, and of course human intelligence. All these inputs kept coming, and once they were corroborated at a certain place, then the detailed planning started. And after that only we launched multiple search operations wherein we could able to find the terrorist at the right place. But of course human intelligence has a major role to play, and of course technical input also. So these multiple agencies are working towards a particular aim wherein while launching the operation the contact can be established with the terrorist. So it has this operation was a result of coordination between agencies as well as technological advancements as far as inputs are concerned. So technical inputs are also involved here, and of course human intelligence you cannot negate in that. And human intelligence comes with the harmony and peace that we maintain in our AOR, wherein how good relation we are establishing with the civilians. So that is how this operation can be executed.
So, as we talked about this terrain and the challenges surrounding the troops on the ground, of course, who were the men on mission, we'll try to understand from them also. Sir, ये यहाँ पर जो हम देख रहे हैं कि हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड है काफ़ी और जिस तरह से घने जंगल थे इधर, तो उसमें अगर आप बता सकें जितना जो भी आप बता सकते हैं कि कितना यहाँ पर डिफिकल्टी थी, क्या क्या यहाँ पर चुनौतियाँ थी?
जैसे यहाँ पर चुनौतियों में हमारे सामने यहाँ के टेरेन, वेदर, लॉजिस्टिक इत्यादि समस्याएं थी, लेकिन हमारे ट्रूप्स की ट्रेनिंग और जैसे हम कहीं भी जाते हैं किसी भी ऑपरेशन के लिए तो हम 72 से 96 घंटे तक सेल्फ कॉन्टेंट रहते हैं। तो ये सभी ट्रेनिंग हमारे ऐसे ऑपरेशनों में बहुत ही मददगार होती है और फिर हम एक सफल ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दे पाते हैं।
सबसे पहला जो जो मैं कहूंगी कि जो ख्याल आता है या फिर जो एक्शन होता है, जिस तरह से आपने बोला ट्रेनिंग होती है, उसके बारे में अगर आप बता सकते हैं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर सब लोग डिप्लॉय होते हैं, तो उसमें तैयारी किस तरह से अगर आप बता सकें।
हमें पहले ही इंटरव्यू मिलती है तो उसी प्रकार से अभी अपने ट्रुप को तैयार करते हैं और हर एक चीज की रिहर्सल की जाती है, हर एक चीज के बारे में डिटेल ब्रीफ किया जाता है, हर एक को अपना टास्क समझाया जाता है ताकि ऑपरेशन सटीकता के साथ किए जाए और अपने मकसद में हम कामयाब हों।
जी। एंड अगर आप बता सके कि जिस तरह से हम लोग यहाँ पर पहाड़ियाँ देख रहे हैं, अगर कैन जस्ट पैन द कैमरा देयर एंड वेदर भी उस वक्त जो था, अगर आप थोड़ा उसके बारे में बता सकते हैं, जो कि बहुत लंबे वक्त तक इनकी खोज चल रही थी, तो किस तरह से एक होता है कि वक्त जो है वो कम होता है, आप लिटरली अब रेस चल रहा होता है एक तरह से, तो उसके लिए क्या कुछ करना पड़ा है इस ऑपरेशन में?
पहले चीज तो ये ट्रेनिंग के लिए ये ट्रेनिंग में होता है हम, और ये हमारे को कोई तकलीफ है इसमें नहीं आता है। जो भी ये टेरेन हो गया, ये मौसम हो गया, हमारे लिए हम ऑपरेट कर सकते हैं इसे।
So I want to understand from you how we overcome the challenges over here. We talked about the terrain, but also the fact that given that there was a race against time, there would be moments when one might feel that it might just get difficult from here. Was there a moment where you felt that this is the make or break moment?
There are, if I tell you in elaborate manner, there is no moment of make or break. It is a day-to-day routine work. So every day there was an int, there was some specific either human or technical input. We are following that. We were negotiating every aspect of the input. Every day we used to get some input and we used to negotiate, neutralize that input. When one input is over, then we go to the next input. So there was never a race against the time. We were operating every day, every second. So that's how things went.
And the fact that we've seen in previous missions also, where our security forces have ensured that there is zero casualty. If you could just elaborate on that, how what really goes behind that?
Okay, so before launching any operations, we ensure that we plan in detail. We make sure that our training and our troops are well trained, well briefed, and each one individual is aware about his role. So in talking about this particular Operation Mahadev, so the most important and single most important factor here was to maintain surprise. So when my team, they could able to find the culprits, during that time they were able to maintain surprise and close in with their likely hideout. And then they neutralize them without loss of any own casualties or loss of any innocent lives or damage to the property. Without any collateral damage, meticulously our troops executed this operation. So the single most important factor here I would like to devote to is the maintenance of surprise, and that happened because of our advanced training and the skills that our troops are trained in. And of course, battlecraft, fieldcraft, and blending with the terrain, camouflage, concealment. So all these things blending in into the operation to give it a blast in execution. So that is how it went.
And if you could describe those factors that gave our forces the edge, sir, in this operation.
So basically, in any operation, the intelligence is a major part. If your intelligence is correct, the execution of operations is based on the int, and so it also becomes easy. So the technological equipments, the intelligence which we got from electronic devices or the equipments which were placed at n number of places, so that technology was used utilized for basically getting inputs, and then it was corroborated on ground by the ground forces. So that basically those technical and surveillance equipment really helped us out in neutralizing those 3 terrorists and subsequently that completion of a major task.
If you could just tell us that date, or rather how many days you felt was the time that we are really near in our hunt to be successful, that we are very close to the terrorists. If you could just describe that situation that day, or maybe that breakthrough moment.
So it was basically on 28th of July finally, in the morning hours, when we could spot those 3 terrorists, and as brought out, the surprise factor, it helped us eliminating them without 0 casualties. So that was the moment when we actually spotted them in the morning of 28th July.
The fact that there was a lot of impatience, the country was, high on sentiments that we need to hunt these terrorists down as soon as possible. This is the answer that the entire nation was waiting for, sir. Was there, while, the security forces' commitment and their drive and their capabilities are unquestionable, but was there any pressure, any moment? What was your state of mind throughout this operation, in this hunt?
Okay, so when we came to know about this news that this heinous crime or heinous terror attack has taken place, that time the entire nation was quite emotional as well, and it was a very there were mixed kind of emotions were there. But as far as our troops are concerned, we were waiting for the pending task that might come in response to this, or maybe hunting down the culprits or the perpetrators. Now, it was very personal for 15 Corps that we don't forget this and will never forgive this. So our mission was clear, even when the task was not coming, but we knew that we had to find those perpetrators and we have to neutralize them as soon as possible. However, as far as emotions are concerned, we have a strong sense of duty. The soldiers generally, my troops and in the entire Indian Army, when the sense of duty is there, that becomes a priority, and emotions, we keep it secondary. So that time our main focus was to find those perpetrators and send them to justice, give them justice. So whatever happened, so that this action, this heinous crime was never repeated on Indian soil ever.
So we've talked about the challenges and the details of this operation, but I again want to understand that yes, this was the duty for any soldier. The task at hand is of utmost importance, but at the same time, given the importance of this utmost importance, the high profile mission this was, how do you all as a team motivate each other and stay on your toes and stay focused on your mission every day?
First of all, we all have been doing this day in and day out. We all know our if and buts. We, as brothers in arms, we know what is our task and how it has to be executed. But although as leaders, we still have to motivate our people, our men, so that the Josh never gets down. There are two ways of looking at it. First of all, it is our daily task. So there is no new thing for us or for our men. And secondly, the second way of looking at it, that this terror attack was attached with a lot of sentiments. People got attached, the sentiments got attached. So now this was not only a task, this was for us justice. That justice has to be delivered for those families, for the men, for the people of the country. So that's how we motivated our men, that this is not the day-to-day task for you. This is now a time to provide justice to those families, to the people of the country.
And that was indeed delivered. But given the fact that the forces have been doing such operations for a long time, what was unique about this particular operation, if you can elaborate on that?
Okay, so operations like these, generally any operation, it involves multiple inputs and multiple agencies and coordination between multiple agencies. And if you are just about to launch the operation, then a lot of detailed planning and detailed briefing is required, and you should be confident that each man knows his role in this particular operation. The most unique thing and most important factor, as I've already told you, it is the maintenance of surprise while closing in towards the hideout. Once the hideout was spotted in the morning of 28 July, after that the coordination between the team members, that took place, and they planned how to close in using their skills towards the hideout, and then subsequently neutralizing them without the loss of your own without the loss of your own men, or without loss of any innocent civilians. So we made sure that there is no collateral damage, and the important factor was maintaining the surprise. Yeah.
Again, I would just come to you on, of course, we cannot reveal each and every technique that is employed here, but when you talk about maintaining the surprise, how much of a role different factors play? If you could just tell our viewers on the broad view of strategy.
So, maintenance of surprise is most important in all such operations. So basically the terrain, the adaptability to the terrain, drills which we learn in our academies. So the drills and adaptability to the terrain are two important factors, and how we communicate in those situations without giving electronic signatures. These all things help us out in maintaining surprise and closing in to the enemy, so that by the time we reach him, he is not aware that who is coming and from which direction, and at the same time maintaining our own drills so that we eliminate them in a perfect manner without losing or without getting a casualty. So this Op Mahadev was one of the classic operations where we maintained surprise adequately for 28 days. Finally got the input, closed in and neutralized them without any collateral damage and without any damage to the property or the civilians in the area.
So we talk about, there's a lot of talk about the evolving warfare, the different techniques that are, employed here in different kinds of operation. If you could just elaborate on that, what methods were used or equipments were used, so as that suited this sort of an operation, which you can reveal here.
Okay, so operations like this, which has certain level of uncertainty, wherein it could go for 72 hours, 96 hours, or it could be prolonged also. So therein we need to sit also after the last light. So we need to observe the area, we need to keep it under surveillance. So we have used advanced night sights and surveillance equipments to keep the area under vigilance, that no activity is taking place, or if there is any presence of terrorist. Other than that, we have used drones also to confirm the hideout after we have spotted the hideout, whether there is some presence of the same culprits were there or not. So we use drones also, and of course state-of-the-art weapon systems and the sights which is mounted on the weapon system. Other than that, your own kitting and things, like when we communicate, we use radio sets, so that that radio set is itself containing the secrecy cards, so that our own communication is not intercepted by the adversary. So we used blend of new generation equipments to execute this operation in a professional manner and with a disciplined way.
And finally, when the hunt was in its final stage and the terrorists were neutralized finally, I would ask all of you, in fact, you can tell us what really did you feel? What was that moment when you realized that this mission has been accomplished?
Whenever any such operation, this or any other operation, gets successfully executed, and an operation like this, a textbook classic operation, where there is no own harm and we have successfully achieved our aim, there is always a sense of success and a sense of accomplishment, that yes, we are capable of doing anything and we are capable of guarding this nation. That was the sense after accomplishing this.
The moment of revenge, as Sir just described, that this was the answer. For you as the commander, what was your thought when this hunt finally had concluded?
So after neutralizing the terrorist, there was definitely a sense of happiness that whatever task we wanted to accomplish, it was accomplished meticulously in a professional manner. As the ethos of Indian Army, it was maintained, and there was definitely a sense of accomplishment, like one task, completed. So that is what it was.
And also the fact that the answer that the nation was waiting for, that this finally had become true.
So, as everybody also mentioned, it gave, as the ballistic reports confirmed that these weapons were the one which were used in Pahalgam attack. So it gave us a sense of closure that okay, what we were aiming to achieve, we finally achieved it, and it validated our drills, our precision of operation, and gave us that sense of achievement. Yes, we have done it. We have been able to live up to the expectations by delivering justice for the people of India.
And also go across to the troops on ground. आप लोगों को कैसा लगा जब जैसे कि ड्यूटी की बात करी सर ने, लेकिन आप लोग भी जो इतनी लंबी ये जो पूरा ऑपरेशन चला है, एक एक दिन इम्पोर्टेंट था, और फाइनली जब वो दिन आया तब कैसा लगा?
हमें काफ़ी ट्रेनिंग की थी इस ऑपरेशन को पूरा करने के लिए, और हमने सक्सेसफुली इस ऑपरेशन को पूरा किया, और हम अगले ऑपरेशन के लिए तैयार थे.
अगले ऑपरेशन तैयार रहते हैं. ये आई थिंक हमारी फोर्सेस की खासियत है कि हर मोमेंट और हर टाइम रेडी रहते हैं, एंड आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट हैज बीन वंस अगेन टेस्टिफाइड इन दिस ऑपरेशन, दैट इज ऑपरेशन महादेव, द अल्टीमेट आंसर टू दिस dastardly attack that happened in April 2025. I thank the team, I thank the commanders, I thank the troops on ground for joining us here on Public TV. This is Rakshita Mishra reporting from Kashmir with camera person Firdaus for Republic TV. It's been 1 year since the dastardly Pahalgam attack took place in Jammu and Kashmir.
ने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी. मैंने पति को बचा लो. पति को मार दिया. मुझे मार दो ना, मुझे मार.
The memories still remain fresh, and our forces remain ever ready to thwart any such dastardly attack in future. We are right now reporting from near that spot where Operation Mahadev was carried out, the ultimate revenge. That was the final strike. As you can see right behind me, these are the peaks. If you go to the right side, this is the Zabarwan range, and to the left is the Mahadev range. And this is where the different parties had closed in after the inputs were received about presence of the terrorists. Those 3 terrorists who were on the run after that attack in Baisaran Valley, where 26 innocent civilians were killed in broad daylight. This was a long drawn hunt. The nation was waiting for this moment. And if you could zoom in, I request my camera person Firdaus to zoom in to show that spot where that encounter finally took place. You can understand from this terrain that it's difficult, the terrain is different, there are dense forests. The Dachigam forest is right there in that green lush scenario that you can see. That is the Dachigam forest, and the hunt was on all throughout these forests. The sweeps were being conducted for days, and If we talk about the most important period, that was the 28 days this operation actually was carried out for. And when the inputs were received about their presence, and there were different aspects to it, which with the help of human intelligence and with the help of technology especially, that this area was swept and those 3 terrorists were searched for. And that is the exact area where they were found napping and they were eliminated. This was the final strike on terror. This was an operation that in fact the world watched. From Operation Sindoor, that was in fact an answer to their masters across the border, and the perpetrators who were carrying out, and one of them being the mastermind also, was eliminated right behind me, the spot that I just showed you. इस टीम के जो ग्राउंड पर ट्रूप्स रहे हैं, जो हमारे ग्राउंड पर पूरी स्ट्रैटेजी को इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे थे, उनसे भी ज़रा हम यहाँ पर बातचीत करते हैं और जानते हैं कि क्या कुछ उनके जहन में चल रहा था और क्या कुछ चुनौतियाँ सामने आई थी। तो अगर हम बात करें सर, पहले तो जिस तरह से ये अटैक हुआ, पूरे देश को झकझोर दिया था, और जब ऐसे ऑपरेशन के लिए बुलाया जाता है तो सबसे पहले क्या जहन में चल रहा होता है, क्या माइंड सेट के साथ आप लोग जाते हैं?
सबसे पहले जब इतनी बड़ी जवाबदारी किसी टीम या ट्रूप को दी जाती है तो उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी पहले से ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है, क्योंकि ये एक नॉमिनेटेड ऑपरेशन हो जाता है जिसको देश की ज़रूरत इमीडिएटली थी। तो इस प्रकार के ऑपरेशन में हर एक जवान को डिटेल से उसके कार्य के बारे में बताया जाता है, उसको डिटेल से उसके प्लान के बारे में बताया जाएगा कि उसने ऑपरेशन के दौरान क्या करना है और उसकी क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी रहेगी। क्योंकि अगर हर एक जवान अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को डिटेल से जानता है तो बखूबी ग्राउंड वक्त आने पे उसको सही इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएगा उधर। तो इस प्रकार की तैयारियां हमने पहले से शुरू कर दी थी और हर एक टीम के हर एक ट्रूप को अपने अपने टास्क के बारे में पता था और वक्त आने पे उन्होंने सही तरीके से उसको एग्जीक्यूट किया और एक अच्छा ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया।
और तैयारी की बात करें, इस तरह के कंडीशंस में, ऐसी परिस्थितियों में जहां पर ऊंची पहाड़ियां हैं, हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड है और जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं घने जंगल भी हैं, अलग अलग तरह के दिन ब दिन हम देखते हैं बदलता मौसम भी था उस वक्त जुलाई के महीने में, तो कैसे इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को यहाँ पर अंजाम दिया गया? कुछ आप बताएं, क्या क्या चुनौतियाँ आपके सामने क्या थी?
जैसे कि मैम, चुनौतियाँ तो यहाँ पे बहुत सारी थी। जैसे कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इतने ऊंचे ऊंचे पहाड़ी हैं तो इनमें थोड़ा क्लाइंब करना मुश्किल होता है। साथ में वेदर ख़राब होने के चलते विजिबिलिटियाँ कम होती हैं, घने जंगल हैं, तो इसमें टेररिस्ट को आइडेंटिफाई करने में थोड़ी सी मुश्किल आती है। साथ ही हाई एल्टीट्यूड में जब ऑपरेशन होता है तो वहाँ ऑक्सीजन की भी कमी होती है। लेकिन इन सभी चुनौतियों में भी हमें एक सफल ऑपरेशन करने का ट्रेनिंग बखूबी दिया जाता है, जो कि हम ग्राउंड पे इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं और एक ऑपरेशन महादेव जैसा सक्सेस ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देते हैं।
और यहाँ पर बात आ जाती है, जैसे कि हम कमांडर से बात कर रहे थे, कैसे कैसे ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस जो होता है उसका इस्तेमाल किया जाता है, साथ ही साथ टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ किया जाता है। तो वो अगर आप बता सकें सर कि कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ हुआ, जो कि हम देख रहे हैं बदलते समय में वॉरफेयर जो है वो भी चेंज हो रहा है, किस तरह से टेक्नोलॉजी का भी बहुत ज़्यादा उपयोग अब होने लगा है। तो इस ऑपरेशन के बारे में आप क्या कुछ बता सकते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी के रोल में नए जो हमारे जो मेथड्स यूज़ किए जा रहे हैं?
पहले लड़ाई थोड़ी अलग तरीके थी, इस ऑपरेशन में भी काफ़ी सारी निगरानी ड्रोन के साथ की गई और पूरे इलाके को घेराबंदी करके रखा गया। अभी लेटेस्ट जो हमारे पास इक्विपमेंट आ रहे हैं उससे हम क्या है रात के समय भी देखने में कैपेबल हैं, और इससे क्या होता है दिन और रात के समय हम लगातार उसके ऊपर निगरानी रख सकते हैं। इसी ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमने लगातार निगरानी रखी और उसका एक सबूत आपके सामने ओपी महादेव में पेश किया।
और ये ऐसा लम्हा था कि सब इसका इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, पूरा देश इसका इंतज़ार कर रहा था। हमारे जवान हम देखते हैं किस तरह से हमेशा ड्यूटी बाउंड रहते, प्रतिबद्ध रहते हैं अपनी कमिटमेंट में। लेकिन आप बताएं कि जब इतने दिन हो जाते हैं और बस कभी कभी हो सकता है कि सब्र जो है वो भी कहीं ना कहीं आपको बहुत मुश्किल से कायम रखना पड़ता है, तो ज़रा उस माइंडसेट के बारे में बताएं कि कैसे अपने आप को पेशेंटली धैर्य के साथ आप रखते हैं और अपने फोकस को जो है बरकरार रखते हैं।
पेशेंस तो ट्रेनिंग में शामिल है, पेशेंस होना चाहिए, एंड्योरेंस, हाई एंड्योरेंस, ये सब ट्रेनिंग में शामिल होता है। इन चीज़ों में ध्यान रखते हुए हम जो भी टास्क मिलता है हमको उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करके हम टास्क को अंजाम देते हैं।
और जब ये टास्क हो जाता है इतने दिनों की खोज के बाद, फाइनली जब हम उन दरिंदों को पकड़ के उनका सफाया करते हैं, उस वक्त क्या चला था आपके माइंड में? उस वक्त क्या वो महसूस किया था?
ओ मैम, उसमें क्या है, जैसे हमारा एक टास्क खत्म हो गया तो नेक्स्ट टास्क के लिए हम लोग रेडी हो जाते हैं, और उसमें जो हमारी कमियां होती हैं उसमें क्या है कि दूर करके हम नेक्स्ट ऑपरेशन के लिए तैयार होते हैं।
तो हमारी जो भारतीय सेना है फॉरएवर रेडी रहती है।
फॉरएवर रेडी।
और यही हम देख चुके हैं तमाम ऐसे ऑपरेशंस में जहां पर भारत ने हमेशा से कोई भी हम देखेंगे कि कसर नहीं छोड़ी है कि दुश्मन को बताएं कि कैसे भारत से बिल्कुल भी कोई भी पंगे नहीं ले सकता है। भारत जो है जवाब देगा, भारत किसी को भी नहीं बख्शेगा। ये हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से लेकर ऑपरेशन महादेव में भी देखा है, और इसीलिए हम आज 1 साल जब हो जाता है इस पहलगाम हमले का, कैसे भारत ने जवाबदेही की, भारत ने कैसे जवाब दिया, उसका पूरा ब्यौरा जो है हमें अपने सैनिकों की जुबानी आज मिला है। तो ये थी कहानी ऑपरेशन महादेव की, हमारे सैनिकों की जुबानी, भारत का मुंह तो जवाब अपने दुश्मनों को। ये थे ऑपरेशन महादेव की कहानी, सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news development coming in as the second round of peace talks between the US and Iran hits a roadblock over several critical issues, including uranium enrichment dispute. Now, latest reports suggest that Donald Trump himself could now be part of the teams that is taking the negotiation forward. Now, whether he'll join virtually, that has to be investigated. Now, a Pakistani official reportedly involved in talks claimed that if a deal were to be struck, US President Donald Trump would attend the talks. Now, this news comes amid the United States expressed confidence that peace talks with Iran would go ahead in Pakistan, and a senior Iranian official said Tehran was considering joining, especially with Khamenei reportedly giving the green light. So there were reports of Mojtaba Khamenei giving a green signal, a green light that we should go ahead with the talks. However, Iran was earlier denying any kind of second round of talks in Islamabad. The previous talks failed in the April 11, April 12. Now it was the second round of talks that are supposed to happen in Islamabad in Pakistan. The preparations are underway. J.D. Vance will be leaving for Islamabad for the negotiations once again for the second time. Now, this time it is being said, as per the latest reports, it is suggested that Donald Trump himself could now be part of the teams. All right, I have Hina joining me from the newsroom, and also I have an esteemed guest, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, who is the defense expert. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining. But first, Hina, I'm coming to you. Give us the details of the story. It's a big breaking news development. Is Donald Trump going for the talks? Will he be joining the talks?
Right, Shivam, this is a big news that we are receiving. Pakistani sources who are deeply involved in the negotiation talks that are due to take place in Islamabad, saying that Donald Trump might might in fact visit Pakistan if a deal is secured. So essentially what we need to understand is that Donald Trump is not going to Islamabad to broker a peace deal between the warring parties, but his visit is contingent to whether the deal will be secured or not. And this is not something that we're hearing for the first time. Remember, on Thursday last week, we also saw Donald Trump speaking about the same and saying that he might visit Pakistan if a deal is secured between United States and Iran in Islamabad. So second round of talks, and Shivam, we have been hearing multiple statements coming in from various parties involved in this. Earlier we saw how Iranian Foreign Ministry also released a statement. In fact, Mujtaba Khamenei, reports suggesting that Mujtaba Khamenei has green-lighted the talks in Islamabad. But also remember that we have been hearing very negative statements coming in from the Iranian side, saying that the deal, the first round of talks failed because US has been trying to project its power in the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, escalating situation took place yesterday when we saw an Iranian flagged ship being attacked by US Navy destroyer as well. And Shivam, I would like to get a perspective from a defense expert joining us. Sir, this is a big news that we are receiving where Donald Trump may visit Pakistan if a deal is secured. What is your first reaction to that?
Look, firstly, Hina, as you rightly said, that this whole thing has been in work and he's been making all these proclamations. He's spoken about it. He's also written about his two social tweets. In case deal has come through, then he will visit Islamabad, and it's a great place. And he's been talking about good food and stuff what Vance has been telling him about it. And these are all actually just mere talks. But yes, please understand that there are two things that are happening right now, and which one is going to come out, one doesn't know. But fact is that one is that there is a compulsion that he's trying to send a message to Iranians that we mean business and we really want to strike a deal, which is not so very, very positive, this thing, because eventually when you're pushed very hard for a maximalist objective of achieving everything which you wanted to do in terms of regime change, destruction of ballistic missiles, and taking out the 100% uranium, which is there with no uranium enrichment to be taken by Iran. And then you land up there in case these deals are not struck as a president of a country, particularly America, it is actually going to be a very big come down. So it is, one is either he's actually being pushed to a corner to strike a deal, come what may. The second is he may be trying to show to the world, look, we are trying our best. I was willing to go down to Islamabad to strike a deal, come what may, and from this top White House, #1 country in the world, I'm willing to come down and speak to this country which was trying to possibly destroy the world by trying to make a nuclear weapon and stuff like that. And while planning to carry out a ground offensive or something much more different. So these are two ways which is going to, one is trying to push a deal that, look, I'm coming down, let's have a deal and I will come there and we'll sign it. But the second side is also very, very dangerous, which is quite likely because the kind of build which is happening on the ground right now by the Americans for carrying out a different set of operation is totally, it's quite obvious what is going on. So they will project to the world that this whole oil crisis is not our doing. We were trying to resolve the issue. We have been trying to talk to the Iranians. And me as a president was going to Islamabad to strike a deal, but they have refused because they are radical, and therefore we are going to take out the power plants, we are going to strike the infrastructure, and we'll ensure destruction of Iran. And if I have a minute or two to talk about it, please understand that in case a deal is struck in today's condition and the way it is going on today, the challenges for Israel and for the Gulf countries, which are monarchs, which have got an issue, Iran is going to come back very heavy on them. So right now, you may sign a deal, but both Iran and Americans are known to go back on their respective deal whenever they sign. The issue is that who is going to actually truly monitor and ensure Iran doesn't bluff again for this time. They have bluffed before. And so is the case with the Americans. Are they going to be following on their agenda? But my worry, and I am looking at UAE, Saudis, that what will happen to them in case the Shia-led Iran has got different viewpoint and they will come out stronger after this entire 40 days, or sorry, about 50 days worth of operations which have happened. But I frankly think that they are looking to extend a ceasefire, and there's a go-between to see for prepare and striking a deal somewhere behind the scenes and get some sort of a push to the Iranians to agree to all the requirements the American want.
Lieutenant Pandey, stay with us. We also have an exclusive ground report from Islamabad by a correspondent. Let's watch that report. All right, we'll try to go back to the report once. All right, we'll try to go back to the report that we have, the ground report, but these are visuals from Islamabad because they're preparing for the peace talks. Lieutenant General Pandey, my question to you is this, that if Donald Trump is coming, then there definitely must be some sort of signals or some sort of hints that there is peace going to be prevailing in the near future. Or if this fails this time and Donald Trump is there are not going to be any third round of talks. There will be bombardment and the war would escalate to a level from where there will be no coming back, sir.
Yeah, correct. So this is exactly what will happen, that one, in case he comes, and now these public pronouncements that I'm going to go there in case there's a good deal and all, he may not even come to Islamabad. And, come tomorrow, the moment after about nearly 36 hours, this whole ceasefire ends, they may start with the bombing and they may start truly actually taking out from power plants and infrastructure. But please understand that what is also happening in Iran, it's not a very cut. In case of Trump, America, there's one voice which is speaking, and there is a Trump and their administration. But in Iran, there are multiple voices which are, there are pulls and pressure. Mustafa may want that, okay, peace may come, and we actually don't know if Mustafa is actually in the capacity to actually give out any directions. There are multiple voices which are happening, and there's a very, very hard line. In fact, the present IRGC head who's taken over is extremely hard line. He's far more, much more dangerous than Soleimani, who was taken out earlier. And I think they may have a different view, because actually, if you look at it from the perspective of Iran, in spite of a destruction which has happened, they possibly feel that they are winning the ideological war. They are on the winning side. They are not on the losing side. And there's a pressure on from the world on Trump because of the economic condition, which is hurting the American people. And everybody's talking and discussing that come November election, the midterm election, Trump will be pushed to one corner, and therefore he needs to strike a deal very, very quickly so that the economic hardship of the world and also within their own country is released. It may be wrong perception, but the fact is there is a very, very growing hardline perception. The last point is that the fact is that this power center needs to come out in one voice and take a call on this, because if there is even an iota of possibility that regime change may take place, they'll be on one corner. And you see, please understand that IRGC and Basij and the people who are the ideological or the part of regime will not to let go of their power at any cost. So they are willing to fight, and I think they are on the winning side, and they are using the leverage of Hormuz. You see, with the blockade, Trump may keep on saying that the tankers are moving. It's much more easier to move these tankers from Hormuz. But there is a fear in the mind of every tanker fisherman. Yes. One doesn't know when the mosquito, this whole mosquito systems are going to strike which one of them. The issue of insurance company hiking their cost. There are challenges. It aren't going to be very easy. And the cost, even the Americans have to keep their aircraft carriers and the frigates and destroyers in that region is, the economic costs are extremely high on Iranians if their oil is not flowing out. But so is the case with the Americans and their people across back home. So there is, I feel that Iranians are possibly under perception that they are speaking from a position of strength. And yes, the only way forward today for Trump is either to take away. The first thing they will have to actually show good faith or some degree of building of trust is to take the naval blockade away first, because they are the ones who have, while people may argue that is the Iranians who laid the blockade and thereafter the Americans have come about. But I think for Americans will have to take out the naval blockade first to show certain amount of good faith.
That will be definitely one of the terms and conditions, apart from the many others. Thanks a lot, Lieutenant Pandey, for your in-depth analysis on what's unfolding there. But definitely, we hope that peace prevails. However, it's difficult when you choose a venue like Pakistan. All right, now let's move on, and we have an exclusive ground report from Islamabad, from the location where the peace talks are going to happen. Let's watch that exclusive report.
जी बिल्कुल, इस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूँ इस्लामाबाद में, और इस्लामाबाद के रेड जोन में सिक्योरिटी काफ़ी हाई अलर्ट कर दी गई है। ख़ास तौर पर जो है वो क्योंकि ईरान और अमेरिका के दरमियान जो है वो मुज़ाकरात का दूसरा राउंड इधर होना है, और जो JD वेंस हैं अमेरिका के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, वो पाकिस्तान तशरीफ़ ला रहे हैं। इसी तरह जो ईरानी डेलीगेशन है, बताया जा रहा है उसमें वही जो वफ़द आया था, ख़ास तौर पर ईरानी स्पीकर बाकर कलीबाफ और अब्बास खराकची साहब, उनकी क़यादत में जो है वो ईरान वफ़द भेजेगा और पूरी कोशिश करे पाकिस्तान के ईरान तशरीफ़ लाए ताकि जो मुज़ाकरात हैं वो हो सके, दूसरा राउंड उसका खैर खैरियत से हो सके और जो डेडलॉक है उसको ख़त्म किया जा सके। उसी सिलसिले में इस्लामाबाद के रेड जोन की अगर हम बात करें तो रेड जोन को मुकम्मल सील कर दिया गया है। इस्लामाबाद हाई कोर्ट में जो काज लिस्ट थी, मैं इस वक्त इस्लामाबाद हाई कोर्ट में के अंदर मौजूद हूँ, और जो यहाँ काज लिस्ट थी उसको जो है वो मनसूख कर दिया गया। जो आज की काज लिस्ट है उसको भी, और जो कल की काज लिस्ट है उसको भी मनसूख कर दिया गया। इसी तरह मेट्रो सर्विस जो है, तमाम मेट्रो सर्विस, ना सिर्फ ग्रीन लाइन बल्कि जो रेड मेट्रो सर्विस है, जो आम मेट्रो सर्विस हैं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक बसेज हैं, सबको जो है वो इस्लामाबाद में जो है वो मुकम्मल तौर पर गैर मुअय्यना मुद्दत तक जो है उसको मुअत्तल कर दिया गया, उसकी सर्विस को मुअत्तल कर दिया गया। और जो यहाँ एंट्री पॉइंट्स हैं उन पर इंतहाई सख्त सिक्योरिटी तैनात कर दी गई है, क्योंकि यहाँ से चंद कदमों के दूर पर जो है वो फ़ॉरेन ऑफिस है, एम्बेसियाँ हैं, कन्वेंशन सेंटर्स है। यहाँ पाकिस्तान की और दुनिया की, तमाम दुनिया की यहाँ नज़रें लगी हुई हैं, और इधर बहुत बड़े अहम मुज़ाकरात होने जा रहे हैं ईरान और अमेरिका के दरमियान। पाकिस्तान इसमें साल से क्या किरदार अदा करे, तो पाकिस्तान की कोशिश है सिक्योरिटी के अतबार से, हर तरह के अतबार से जो है वो इसको फुल प्रूफ रखा जाए, और इसमें ज़बरदस्त किस्म की सिक्योरिटी हमेशा की तरह रखी गई और सख्त सिक्योरिटी है। और ख़ास तौर पर जो इस्लामाबाद हाई कोर्ट में जो, क्योंकि रजिस्ट्रार साहब मौजूद हैं, लेकिन ओवरऑल जो है वो हाई कोर्ट के आईनी अदालत हो गया या सुप्रीम कोर्ट हो गया या पार्लियामेंट हाउस हो गया, तमाम तर जो भी जहाँ भी केसेस थे उनको जो है वो मुअत्तल कर दिया गया, उसको मनसूख कर दिया गया। और ख़ास तौर पर जो है आईनी अदालत में जो है वो फेडरल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को जो कोड बनाई गई थी, आईनी वफाकी आईनी अदालत, उसमें जो केसेस थे उनको भी मनसूख कर दिया गया, और उनको कहा गया है कि आज के लिए एक दिन के लिए छुट्टी का भी फैसला किया गया है। मैं भी इस सिलसिले में यहाँ पहुँचा था तो मुझे भी मालूम हुआ कि यहाँ छुट्टी है, और जो है वो आज अदालत नहीं बैठ रही, और जितने भी केसेस थे, चाहे कल इमरान खान साहब से रिलेटेड जो केसेस हैं, जो भी केसेस हैं, उन सबको भी कहा जा रहा है कि अब से कुछ देर में जो है वो काज लिस्ट जो आएगी वो भी मनसूख कर दी जाएगी। तो ओवरऑल तमाम जो एक्टिविटीज़ है उसको मनसूख कर दिया गया है, और तमाम तर जो नज़रें हैं वो मुज़ाकरात की तरफ लगी हुई हैं, और उसको कामयाब बनाने के लिए इस्लामाबाद पुलिस, इस्लामाबाद की इंतज़ामिया भरपूर कोशिश करी है कि इन चीज़ों को कामयाब बनाने की किसी किस्म का ना वाक़या वगैरह ना हो, और ज़बरदस्त किस्म की सिक्योरिटी तैनात है। तकरीबन 20,000 से ज़्यादा जो है वो यहाँ सिक्योरिटी रेड जोन में तैनात की गई है। इस्लामाबाद को फुल प्रूफ कर दिया गया है, और जो ओवरऑल जितने भी जो केसेस हैं उनको भी मनसूख कर दिया गया।
So that was an exclusive ground report from Islamabad, Pakistan. Now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up after a break. Coming up, all accused in Nashik case have filed for bail amid the ongoing probe and proceedings at the Nashik District Court. Also coming up, massive pre-poll clashes break out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash in Iqbalpur.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG.
Well, it feels it's time to slip into a short commercial break again, but there's a lot more lined up coming up after a short commercial break. All accused in Nashik case filed for bail amid the ongoing probe and proceedings at the Nashik District Court.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A very good afternoon to you. We're getting some breaking news coming in right now as we head towards polls on the last day of campaigning. We see TVK's Vijay has written a letter, an open letter to the people, asking them to give an opportunity to him once, saying that he has left everything else for the people and has entered politics, and the people should vote for the whistle symbol to get a change. Open letter being written by Vijay, the chief of the TVK, making a final appeal to voters ahead of the April 23rd Assembly elections, urging them to support his party's whistle symbol, promising to resist political pressure from established parties. TVK's Vijay all set. There he is going to contest from 2 constituencies. In a message that he has shared, Vijay addressed voters as his own kin and thanked them for the continued support since his entry into politics, positioning himself as a people-centric leader. He alleged that his party has faced sustained pressure from political opponents. So this is what TVK's Vijay is saying, and he also has mentioned time and again that the actor-turned politician has asserted that his political journey is driven solely by public welfare and dismissed any suggestions that he would yield to intimidation. He said that he would not bow down to any kind of forces or threats from powerful interests. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Okay, so in fact, the campaign trail continues. The campaign trail with TVK leader Adhav Arjuna, Party General Secretary and Administrative Secretary, answers Republic's questions on TVK going solo, DMK corruption, says how TVK is a women's party and the debutante role as MLA candidate. We're getting all these big questions answered. Let's go ahead and play it out.
Not only Vilivakam, after 1977, the huge political scenario and political change, everywhere is the people saying that we need a change, we need a change. So after MGR, everyone climbed, particularly in Delhi media climbed, TVK is a youth party. No, TVK is a woman-based party. Women already started the silent revolution. Almost out of 75% women supporting us and also youth. So we are going to form a majority government. You can see the ground. Every family welcoming us. Every woman, particularly we call Amma, every mother, every child, every college girls, everyone want to change because Tamil Nadu is facing huge unemployment and almost 60,000 crores liquor, and the liquor scam through the Sendil Balaji is more than 10,000 crores. Then before 2021 there is no Tamil Nadu is a drugs culture. Right now drugs culture is a huge impact. Every street they have the drugs look like a Punjab. So there is no law and order. So even the DMK cadres involved in the drug sales actually. So every woman totally restless for the women's security. So many rapes going on actually. So many rape and murders going on. So people totally feel in insecurity. Particularly women's safety is the biggest issues. But after 2021, Mr. MK, after Kalaignar and Jayalalitha, people want the good administrator. Mr. MK Stalin is not a leader. People want the good administrator, but he failed. Mr. Sabarishan, Sanila controlled all the department. Almost more than 1 lakh crore. Everywhere the corruption is going on, family corruption. Then Udaynidhi plant in the deputy CM. So people is fed up the same monarchy, look like same issue about the right before Kalaignar time is the 10 families controlled Tamil Nadu for the all administration. Right now is the only one family, son-in-law Mr. Sabarishan and Udaynidhi and the wife controlled the all administration. Particularly law and order situation, DGP controlled by the son-in-law. So that is the situation people want to throw these DMK monarchy and the family Raj. Definitely 2026 is going to huge impact and new history in Tamil Nadu politics.
How do you see the actions not being taken against the DMK because there are cash for votes that's happening? Yesterday we saw Sindhil Balaji's constituency also accepting money. There's also a lot of talk telling that over 10,000 rupees is being distributed to everybody, even in Villivakkam.
Yeah, even Villivakkam, Mr. Sabarishan, Binami, Mr. Karthi Mogan, Annanagar Mogan's son is contesting here. He don't have any political face, he don't have any experience. But he using so much of money. Even last week he gave 5,000 rupees. But I gave a promise. Every street and every house, I'm not going to give even 1 rupee money, because of the culture we should throw actually, giving the money and taking the vote actually, because people still not getting the water, proper water and drainage and roads and education. You can see the government schools actually, there is no proper infrastructure, and there is no toilet in everywhere in the women for girls actually. So all the infrastructure totally is a corruption. So that's why our campaign, our leader, people want to the change. So our leader gave a commitment for the pure government. If whatever the money, 100%, every constituency 30 to 50 crores DMK supplying the money for every vote in 3,000 to 5,000. Even my constituency, even our leader Paramur constituency, they are supplying the 10,000 rupees. We already gave the complaint, income tax and ED and the police department, but nothing is nothing. There is no right, there is no actions here. But people want to change. Even if you have money, if people think definitely money will not work actually. Definitely May 4th DMK will know. BMK now believe only the money. They don't have any, they are giving the ad for all the newspapers, crores and crores money. More than they are spending the government money, the 400 crores for the last 4 years. So the last 4 months for the advertisement for the Stalin, only just face of the Stalin actually. But there is no structure, there is no schemes delivered. So people knows what is the problem in Tamil Nadu. Definitely of course, they are doing undemocratic. They are supplying the money 5,000 to 10,000 rupees. Definitely, people will throw this government even they are using the money.
Sir, also MNM leader Kamal Hassan mentioned that it is made a derogatory statement saying that Vijay is contesting in 2 seats, keeping in mind that Kamal himself is not contesting this time.
See, Mr. Kamal Hassan, the party started against the DMK monarchy and corruption. Then right now he joined the DMK because of Mr. Udaynidhi company Red Giant signed with Kamal Hassan cinema company. So he always talking about ideology and corruption. But he got a money Red Giant company more than 200-300 crores. So where is the ideology? So Kamal Hassan right now is a slave of the DMK. He don't have any identity. He don't have any party identity. He don't have any ideology. So Mr. Udaynidhi giving corruption money more than 300 crores, taking money for Red Giant company. Before 2021, there is no Red Giant company. After, what is the conflict of interest? You are in the power. The CM is the power. The own son is the deputy CM is the power. So the own son running running the cinema company, Red Giant company, almost every year, 52 weeks. 50 weeks, every movie is controlling, releasing the Red Giant movie. It's more than 10,000 crores industry. They're controlling all actors, all the movie they're controlling for the corruption actually. They're using the money, they're using the power. So that's why Kamal Hassan sold the party Red Giant. So he's not a politician, he's not ideologist. People already throwed him. Even he want to contest MLA seat. Mr. Stalin never gave even one seat actually. So where is he? He's right now. People already lost the interest and the confidence. He's just for the. I feel Mr. Kamal Hassan look like a YouTuber. He talking look like a whatever the see. We are expert in Kamal Hassan. He's a good actor, but he got the money from Red Giant is more than 300 crore. It's a purely corruption money. So right now he's a corruption handed. This is my answer.
So last question. This is your debut performance. You're contesting as an MLA. How has it been for almost the last 23 days? You've been in Villivakkam going door-to-door campaign. How has the experience been?
You can see yesterday footage where our leader visit Villivakkam. It's more than lakh people gathering in the street actually, in the road actually, because of people fed up in the last 10 to 15 years. People believed last 15 years every AC in Chennai, but Chennai people totally fed up actually. Chennai. 16 ACs we are going to win minimum 14 seats in Chennai, particularly North Belt. Totally people are fed up because there is no, look like an African country, there is no proper water and drainage, there is, everything is a slum, in for 50% is Chennai. But they are saying Dravida model is 2.0 is developed, in Tamil Nadu developed. All humbug, only they got money for the corruption. Definitely we are going to give the clean government.
Getting you some more updates coming in. The key conspirator in the Noida protests, Aditya Anand, has made some very shocking revelations during interrogation. We'll tell you a little bit more about what exactly is happening in this breaking development. So the details are coming in. And in these details, we see that the key conspirator, Aditya Anand, has made a shocking revelation during interrogation. The accused has created a social media group to circulate provocative videos. This group, named X-Storm, had 274 members. Its primary objective was to rapidly amplify and trend videos on Twitter, ensuring they reached a wider audience quickly. Until now, around 70 people have been arrested by Noida police so far. A total of 13 FIRs have been registered in connection with this case. A further interrogation is underway. So, key conspirator Aditya Anand making these shocking revelations, and these are some details which have come in from the mastermind behind Noida workers' protest. By the way, this mastermind, Aditya Anand, was arrested from Tamil Nadu just a few days ago. And let's go to Saurav, who's joining us live. Saurav, just tell us a little bit more about what the key conspirator has said during interrogation. There are some very, very shocking details which have come out.
Yes, Shivangi, the key conspirator Aditya Anand has revealed that he has made a group named X-Storm, which has a total of 274 members. And he also told that this group was made primarily to trend the videos, fake videos, and the narrative sent by them. And they were putting these Twitter links in this group. And they wanted to trend all these fake videos on the social media so that this Noida protest, which was going on peacefully, would turn into a full-fledged riot in this city. And they have also become the members of several groups like the Richa Global and the Motherson Workers Group. These are some separate groups of every industry in which all the workers of that industries have joined. And there were more than 300 to 400 members in each of these groups. And this Aditya Anand has told that he has become the admin in all these groups. And there also he was sending and posting such kind of provocative slogans, provocative videos, and the other Twitter links. And they were also spreading the fake news that several people have died in the police firing. And because of that only, this peaceful protest done by the workers of the Noida this was turned violent after the spread of all these fake news, which was sent by this
Saurabh,
Aditya
yes,
Anand,
hold
who
on
is
for
the
a
key
second. Saurabh, hold
conspirator.
on for a second there. I am getting some more breaking news coming in connected to the Noida protest. So let's take our viewers to the latest coming in. We see that the police investigating the recent violence in Noida they have found a cross-border link with many provocative social media posts traced back to Jhelum city in Pakistan. According to officials, these posts were aimed at inciting unrest and disturbing communal harmony in the region. Fake posts claiming 20 deaths, 99 injuries circulated during protests. Content spread through X handles, and some of these handles such as Anusha Tiwari, Proud Indian, and many more. And the police traced a recovery email linked to an account. The probe is underway to identify individuals, groups behind the handles, and recovery email expected to help track next link in the network. Now, digital trail may reveal motive, funding, and organized backing. Senior officers say a probe focused on larger network behind the misinformation. Let's go straight back to my colleague. Yes, let's go back to Saurabh. Saurabh, what exactly is very disturbing, and what exactly is very disturbing here is that there is a link which is coming out, and the link goes to Pakistan, which raises a lot of questions and concerns. Saurabh.
Yes, Shivangi, there are two social media accounts which were identified by the Noida police in the investigation of the Noida riots. One account is Proud Indian Nabi and the other account is MCINC. These two accounts were responsible for spreading the fake news on the social media handles. These news include that 20 people have been died and the 99 other protesters have been injured in the lathi charge or the other action taken by the Noida police officials during the peaceful protest which was staged at the Noida. But because of that news only, this protest turned violent. And these traces border, which is a city, Jhelum, which is situated in the Pakistan province of Punjab province of Pakistan. And the police has recovered the recovery mail of both these accounts, and they are trying to set up a digital trail behind this and get to the main accused. And these are the two accounts which are solely operated by the Pakistan handlers, and this is the biggest breaking news which we are fetching from the ground. And the Noida police is further investigating this angle, and both these accounts were started 3 months back only, and it is all part of a major, larger conspiracy which was behind this whole Noida violence, which we saw on April 13 and April 14, and the further interrogation in this regard is going on. Back to you, Shivangi.
All right. Also we need to take one more angle from what the mastermind's family is saying. The family members are saying that the mastermind only wanted fair wages. However, the way the protests were carried out, that has raised concerns, and that's exactly what the investigation teams are looking at. Saurabh.
Yes, Shivangi, the family has claimed that he just wanted the fair wages, but he has, the mastermind, Aditya Anand, has a history of instigating violence in such protests across India. He is doing this since 2020, and he is an educated person, and still he is conducting such activities as he joined the Noida protest. On that day only, the protest turned violent. On April 13, he was very much present at the Noida Phase 2, where four cars of the police officials were burnt. And after giving the provocative slogans and the other speeches by this Aditya Anand, then only the protest started being violent, and the workers started stone pelting at the police officials. And after that, after the protest turned violent in Noida, he fled to Tamil Nadu. He changed his attire fully. He shaved his head and the beard, and he went into hiding in Tamil Nadu. The UP ATS have to arrest him from the Tamil Nadu railway station only. And following his arrest, he was brought back to the Noida. And now the further interrogation in this regard is going on, as he is the main key conspirator, and he is also the admin of several groups in which fake news were spread by him, so that there is unrest and the law and order situation gets worse in Noida city. He is responsible for doing and conducting all these fake news and spreading all the lies among the workers so that the workers can turn angry and they start the violent protest and the stone pelting incident and the everything which happened on April 13th and 14th. It only happened because he instigated the workers who were protesting peacefully. And after that, the provocative speeches which we heard April 13th and April 14th, so a major protest in Noida in which more than 15 police officials got injured and several of their vehicles were set ablaze. And now,
right, Saurabh, you were mentioning about provocative speeches, and we know that there are some provocative activities that he was taking part in. And according to, as investigation continues, we also know that these protests were done in a very pre-planned manner, because those pictures are speaking for themselves as we show them to our viewers here on Republic. However, the police is also investigating other individuals who were involved. Yes, Saurabh.
Yes, the police is also investigating other individuals who is Manisha Chandra and the Rupesh Rai in this whole plot, because of which there is a whole riot situation in the Noida where several police officials got injured and several of the vehicles were set ablaze, and several of the Noida sectors have witnessed the stone pelting incident in this protest on April 13th and 14th. These two people are also involved in sending and spreading the fake news on the social media and creating unrest between the workers who were protesting at several sectors in Noida, including the Phase 2 and Noida Sector 83 itself. And this is a whole group. These three people are interlinked, and this was a pre-planned conspiracy done by these individuals, as all these three are responsible for instigating these workers who were protesting for the wage hike in Noida. And they have started spreading the fake news that the police has done the lathi charge, and they have started firing on the workers who are protesting, and several people